secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is, instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am, because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage!
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't. If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son. I will kill your infant daughter.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5, Blighted Warden. In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen. A spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spore's eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked. Hi there, everybody. Welcome back to Roll with Advantage for the Isles of Iverion for our last session of downtime before the dark times. Let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive in.
I don't care. If I have to die, I am not spending another second under your control.
believe that's you. I've met the teacher at the mausoleum.
You met a lie!
I don't want to watch the people I love die and do nothing.
Because you can't tell me what my spirit tells me isn't true.
I'm a pretty good judge of characters, so, just keep that in mind.
I suppose that's right. We're back. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, it's not the DM that does the summaries, it is the players. This week on summary is Gemma. So Gemma, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Yeah. Strap your booties in because it's a long one. So, a few days into the start of our little downtime, Zephyrin asked Nalfion for that letter. He asked to hold on for him in case he didn't return from the Hells. And that night, Zephyrin is missing from his room, leaving a note for Lila asking for her to come find him. Soon she finds a clue in the form of a compass, which leads her on a winding path, eventually taking her outside the keep under an aurora-filled sky. He reveals the letter he had given Nalfion, most importantly, the ring that was held inside. He may not know what will happen, but he knows that whatever it may be, he wishes to face it with Lila as his wife. As the pair return to the keep, they announce their engagement, and a cold wind and jingle bells carry an invitation to hold the wedding at the city of Yule in the Astral Sea. Over the coming days, much of the party start making travel arrangements for business outside of Talamir. First, however, Nalfion creates a pair of graves for his wife and child, a way of having a final farewell and thank them for their part in shaping Sir Nalfion of today, and letting them have rest in a place of nature and peace. Twig and Nalfion head to Vidalca in Tarkia for an overdue audience with Queen Omen. It's clear during their escort that the rumours of House Forester's potential hand in the Queen's ill fortune still linger. However, in front of the Iron Throne, Twig asks for a reforging of their previously strong relation between the two houses, and to put to bed any tensions that there may still be. It quickly becomes apparent that Queen Omen wishes only for the same, drawing Twig in for a hug and a break from the typical regal air she carries. The two spending time officiating political bonds, and also some personal ones. Yorick, meanwhile, journeyed further south to his home in House Messine in Macavia. There he met with a witness, telling him of his time away, and also discussing the imminent meeting with the Crimson Lily. The pair also ventured down to the crypt where the mortal forms of the Wild Hunt were laid to rest, Yorick laying their statues at each of their individual graves in memoriam. At the end of his visit, largely spending time with his family, Yorick speaks again to the witness, expressing his desire to resign from his position as High Hunter, wishing to pass down his helm to open the next to new perspective, and also to pass down the words that the story doesn't have to have a sad ending to open them to new hope. As he leaves from House Messine, Yorick also passes a more mortal-appearing Glacia, seemingly starting to settle into her new life. Lila and Zephyrin lingered a little longer in Oakham, the time for Lila to defend her dissertation fast approaching, much to her chagrin, as she's torn between completing it or just outright abandoning it. Being one of the people at the forefront of stopping the end of reality, really bringing new perspectives and priorities to her. Though, also, it is also invaluable research, so she should probably keep it anyways. And so she nevertheless travels to Hearthcrest and approaches the panel of professors, including her father, Headmaster Jamie Tatiana. However, she has decided not to present her thesis, rather to share the recent revelations about Emerald, and also implore the college to do more in the defense of the world. Bolaroros, already in agreement with Lila's stance, shares with her information about elusive caravan library in Calderez, that may hold more key information to assist with the battle ahead. While back home, Lila also spends time with her family, particularly with Belle, to tell her about how she will head to the Astral Sea to carry out Corellion's wishes as much as she still can. Lila does stress, however, that Belle isn't to take after her example, and is to actually complete her dissertation. Back in Tarlamir, Nalfion is building a larger retinue of soldiers and knights, as well as spending time crafting a new Knight's Creed. Twig is dedicating a shrine to Elwyn, something which appears to have the potential to create a rift to the Feywild in the area as well. And as the year draws to an end, all of the guests for the wedding are ferried to the city of Yule, and Lila and Zevran are wedded on a frozen lake, surrounded by their loved ones and the bright stars of the Astral Sea. Bow 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 bow.
Woo! Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. So with that, we will go ahead and dive in right from there. So we are going to go ahead and pick up not in the city of Yule, but back in the material plane. Back in some place where the Isles crew has never been, but in the city of Ramsgrave. As we cut to Morwen. Now, Morwen, you have spent much of the past about 5 months since you departed from the Runaways. At least that's what you were going by when you were a part of them. With Hrothgar and the Children of the Flame, working in various areas throughout Iverion and Tarkir, and even going down to Macavia, hunting down Dark Friends and Shadowspawn, and even getting into a couple of encounters with Forsaken. Parido being the Forsaken in question. Sadly, Parido was never caught, he was never killed, but luckily, you and Hrothgar, around every turn, were able to escape with your lives. However, with news of the dwindling flame of Nabir Tarman and news of a meeting imminent with various members of the Hidden Flame and the Children of the Flame, you were called back to return. So you made haste, chartered some ships, and you and the now probably 5,000 Children of the Flame that you and Hrothgar had been commanding return. Now, the city is as busy as usual. I mean, the port district in particular, it feels no different than when you left. Most common people who live here, they never really paid too much attention to the flame of Nabir Tarman, you know? It's like if you lived every day right next to the pyramids, right? They are still really cool, but they're not nearly as special if you have only ever seen them once in your life.
So people who live in New York never going to the Statue of Liberty.
yeah, exactly. So nobody really minds it. You know, they're going about their days, their lives. They don't know that the world could maybe end in a year and a half. They're just trying to live their lives to the best of their ability, just to get by, you know, just another day. But you and Hrothgar, you get off the ships and you begin walking up the long spiral steps and streets that lead to the base of the Children of the Flame, right at the bottom of the Tower of Nabir Tarman. Now, as you and the gold dragonborn man begin to make your way up, you and Hrothgar have grown closer over the months. You know, anytime you spend like time fighting and in war with another individual, it can't help but happen. But Hrothgar has been uncharacteristically quiet since getting off the boat and heading up to the tower. You're about halfway through your walk now, and he really hasn't said that much at all.
Are you going to make me cry, or are you just going to come out and say it?
No, you don't have to pry. I was just trying to find the words is all.
Take your time if you need it.
Now, let me ask you this first. How are you feeling? We've been through a lot these past few months, and well, now that you're back home, at least for a little bit, what are your plans? Let's start there first.
Oh. Well, I need to visit some people, as you're well aware.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really have anything specific in mind, though. I try not to have too many specific plans when I visit. I just try to take the little bit of time to enjoy myself when I can. Just be with the people I love, you know?
Good. Makes me glad to hear. And I know it necessarily wasn't your choice to leave, Bianca, Cecily, Suni, and especially Carasilla. But you've been doing well with that? Being apart?
It was hard in the beginning, but Carousel always did sending whenever she could, so that always helped. I always knew she'd be okay, it was nice being there to confirm, you know? But no, I'm alright, I just miss her, miss them.
Yeah.
But what we're doing is important, so it'll just make the reunion all the sweeter.
You're right. You're right. Makes the reunions all the sweeter, even though in the interim it's hard. All right. Here's my piece. And you don't need to give me an answer now. You can think on it. And in all honesty, I don't have that much sway over it, but I feel like all things considered, my word would go pretty far. Once all is said and done, there's a pretty good chance that, there's a pretty good chance I might not make it through, and even if I do, I don't think leading the children is going to be what I'm going to want to do in my last few years. So my question, Morwen, is, would you be interested in leading them? Like I said, I can't force anyone, but I can always make a recommendation.
Morwen definitely looks like surprised and a little taken aback, not offended, but just clearly not what she thought was on his mind in terms of topics of conversation. And they're just like out in the street, just walking, right? Like it's not like they're like in his like office or whatever.
Yep.
She's quiet for a long time, but again, they've been spending time together. He can tell that she's just like thinking a lot. I've actually been meaning to ask you something. When the Dark One is defeated, what happens to us? The Children of the Flame have always been against the Dark One, the Lord of Lies. If we stand triumphant, I always wondered what came after.
Well, I suppose that would be up to the next light bearer to determine, but the thing is, there are always going to be people, even if there is no more Dark One. There are always going to be impersonators, people who try and claim to know that they carry out his will, even if he's no more. I think in the world we live in, the sad truth is there'll always need to be people like the Children of the Flame. Always.
Do most light bearers like retire, or have most of them died in battle? Because Hrothgar stepping down was kind of a weird thing when it happened, right?
Mm-hmm. It's been known to happen. It's not like entirely out of the ordinary. It just is very rare. And this would be, especially if he didn't die, this would be the second time he would step down.
Yeah. Morwen would crack that joke.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be the first light bearer in history to retire twice.
Yeah, well, I think damn well I earned it.
Well, let me ask you this. I know trust for us in the beginning was hard. We've put that behind us, far behind us. But by me, I stood there when Dorian told me to believe in you. Twice, actually. And I understood that. But why me?
You left behind your companions, your friends, your sister, your twin sister. Godspeed, you did. Because the light called to you and you answered. Most people that join this organization, they are trying to run away from something. Most don't have a true interest in helping, making things better. They just want to have somewhere to sleep, somewhere to eat, and get away from the crimes they committed. That's how we ended up with people like Draven. You are one of the few people I've seen that's willing to give up damn near everything to make sure the world's a better place. And I think that in and of itself is good enough for me.
I just wanted to be a part of something that mattered. I was just so tired of feeling like I was floating. Just no purpose, no weight behind what I did. I know she plays it off, but I wish you could have been in those backdoor taverns when Carasilla put on a show. When she played, when she sang, when she was just drinking and talking to people. Just no one lit up a room like she did. Just the way that they looked at her. It was true, genuine inspiration. Regardless of what any of them had going on, the bills they had due, just how much they hated what they did or their life, when she was there, she made them feel something. Joining the Children of the Flames, the closest I've ever gotten to that. Selfishly, I was worried that the organization would just disband when we were done. But if you believe there's still a need after this, I can give you my word, I'll do everything I can. If they'll have me.
And based off what I've seen, well, I don't think that'll be an issue.
am sorry. I almost broke your spine that day.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't have been that bad. I did get my arm ripped off, Couldn't have been that much worse than that.
Sorry about that, too.
That's okay. It grew back upside to being related to lizards. That's not why it grew back, but nice thought, though. All right, let's see.
It worked for the joke. It was good.
Thanks. All right, let's get to the base here, and you guys continue off. So you and Hrothgar, you continue with your day. You finish up everything that you need to, being a dutiful Emberd, which is what you are, what you had been promoted to. You are one of the advisors of the Lightbearer, one of his most trusted. And to the other Emberd, Hrothgar does tell you throughout the course of the next few months that he has a lot of conversations with them, because it is the Emberd who pick the next Lightbearer. And so from what he tells you, most of the other Emberd think very highly of you. Even since you were Cinder, even an initiate, they thought a lot about you. Thought very highly of you. And so it seems as though when that time comes, who knows when it'll be, and if there's even still a world for the Children of the Flame to be a part of, it seems like Morwen will be, no, she'll definitely have a hand in that.
We'll
now,
take some future problems in exchange for a future.
yeah, exactly. Now, Morwen does spend quite a bit of time in Bromsgrove. As when you return after you finish up all your duties within the first week or so that you're there, because they do keep you very busy with all the reporting, all the checking, all the meetings with the Emberd that were not with you, and with Hrothgar, making sure he's okay with everything. Eventually, you are allowed to take a brief, what initially is supposed to be a brief leave. And you finally are able to go spend time with your family and your friends that you hadn't seen since you were in Bromsgrove in the past. But you spend time with them. And you spend quite a bit of time with Kaelin. And over the course of, the few months that you are there, well, you and Kaelin move rather fast, as not wanting to let the opportunity slip, you see getting some of his nerves, Kaelin does propose to you. And you two are both people of action. So a marriage follows not too long after.
Carousel has to be there.
Of course.
Unacceptable.
Okay. Yeah, luckily, easy peasy. Carasilla can teleport, or with the help with others. Can Carasilla teleport? Does she have that?
She didn't need to. She could just fucking do it herself.
Yeah. There you go. That's what I thought. I just whatever. It didn't matter anyway. She can.
Well,
now she can. Carasilla now has teleport if she didn't before.
You're welcome, Gemma.
sure had it.
Oh, good. Okay. So Carasilla teleports. She's there. Just as a quick question, where would you want it to be as Mormon? Where's your kind of ideal scenario? Locale.
I mean, there's so many different options, and she probably talked to Kaelin about it, but honestly, I think they'd have a very kind of smaller-ish ceremony, kind of with some of their family friends. They wouldn't want to make it a big shindig at the Children of the Flame headquarters or anything like that. They'd probably just rent some warehouse, get it really nice and pretty looking, but have it be in kind of those lower streets of Bromsgrove where she worked and where she grew up.
Yeah, of course. No, I love that.
So yeah, that is where the two of you have it. Carasilla, your family's present, your friends from all over. Felicity, the innkeeper, is there. As well as the Minotaur guy from the fighting pits. Thrash, yeah, that's his name. I was gonna say Gore, but I think Thrash and Gore is pretty close.
Gore's his nickname.
Yeah. And your close friends are there, as well as any of the runaways, if you happen to want to invite them, aside from just Carasilla. Okay.
They'd all be invited.
Bianca would come. Like,
I just said they'd all be invited.
I can teleport them too.
Except for Ajax, until it's like you gotta tell Ajax he can come.
Who? Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm sure Carousel filled Morwen in. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if anything, you would have heard about it down the grapevine that a dishonorably discharged member of the Children of the Flame is now cavorting with your companions.
Of course they are.
But then Hrothgar's like, no, that was a whole political thing. He really didn't do anything wrong. Somebody didn't like him up top, and it was a whole thing. Yeah. So anyway,
like to imagine Morwen meets Ajax, just kind of looks up at him. Decent replacement for me. It's like 9-foot ass, whatever it is.
Yeah. So, but the wedding happens. And then over the course of the next year of Morwen's downtime, Morwen ends up being on leave for quite a bit longer, as Morwen and Caitlin end up having a son together, Dorian K. Dulski, named after the late Lightbearer. Very sweet.
Correction.
Yes.
Named after the two bravest people that Morwen knows. Everyone knows what the K stands for.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh, awesome.
Who could it be? Kayla?
Yeah,
It's
a
Kayla.
fucking course, maybe.
All right. So that takes up a fair bit of Morwen's downtime, and I believe those were the main things. By the time that the downtime comes to an end, let's see. Morwen and Kaylin are and Dorian are preparing everything for what may come, as by that point you would have heard word from everybody else that 2 years and something will happen. You know that the Vault of Souls that is in Atarashi apparently is going to break open at that point. And that's really close to Bromsgrove. So I guess my question would be, Morwen does know of some safe places in the world, places that you're pretty confident are going to be safe. And you're not sure if Bromsgrove is going to be one of those because of Nabir Tarman. It would be a place to destroy for, a more of a symbolic victory. Would Morwen and Kaylin want to go somewhere safe together, or would Morwen send them somewhere safe? Her stay, what's your thoughts there?
I'm sure they would have had much back and forth on it, but to save some time here, at the end of the day, Morwen would send them. I forget the name of the lands. I'm sorry, it's been a long time. But would where like Lao Fei is be safe, because it was pretty like unknown, right? There was like kind of magic that protected it from the Dark One last time we were there.
Yes, yeah. The
what is that place called?
Oh my goodness, the hidden place in Loshar. I know what you're talking
Close
about.
enough.
Yeah.
I think Morwen would send them there, because I also like to imagine that Morwen and Lao Fei kept in touch, got
For
some
sure.
training, worked on the axe together and stuff. But yeah, at the end of the day, like, Morwen obviously wants to be there for Kaylin and her son, but there needs to be a world for that future to matter.
Yeah.
And Morwen knows that she's strong and she's talented, and she needs to be there when it matters most, which is now.
Yeah. Okay.
So she will fight.
Just wanted to write that down. Okay, sounds good to me. Alrighty. So that generally is what Morwen gets up to during downtime, and now she's in Bromsgrove, ready for whatever comes next. Hopefully all good things.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, very good. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and jump back to the Forerunners as we dive into the beginning of the year. With Yorick, actually, the entire month of January, there's so much. This is a narrated thing, so we're not gonna be here for too long. But at the beginning of the year, right after the wedding, once everybody gets back, there's a couple weeks of downtime for everybody within downtime, where you kind of stop doing your chores. You all have your little Wintermas celebrations. You exchange gifts. You take part in singing Wintermas carols and decorating the Wintermas tree and doing all that stuff.
Sweet.
You all take time in January, as January 1st is known as the Day of Heroes, which was the day that a band of heroes defeated Asmodeus on the material plane and sent him back to the Hells before he was able to sort of create this ultimate tyranny over the material plane, literally merging the continents at one point in time to make his rule easier. And you know, in January, all of the parties gather together between the Wardens and the Wanderers and the Forerunners. All of you gather together, and you have a nice little day where you celebrate these heroes of yore, but also there are celebrations about all of you that happen throughout the world. People recognize what you've done and what you've achieved, and for the individuals that have heard word about things that will come in the future, the crack in the sky, and the voice they heard many months ago, hold dear the ones you love. Some are still doing that. Some are still preparing for the worst and hoping that all of you will be their saviors. But time passes. All the individuals, they all have things they have to do. So you head out. And Yorick, you in particular, you begin your hunt. Now, not as High Hunter, but just as a man on a mission. You know the Forsaken have to be up to something. So you spend the rest of your time, aside from a couple other things that we'll get to, but the vast majority of your time you spend hunting for any signs of any of the Forsaken. And for the first 3 or 4 months, I mean, you find nothing. It seems as though they've almost vanished off the face of the material plane. I mean, it has been a struggle to find anything about them anywhere. And the most disturbing part is, you know, Nalfian lets you borrow the compass while you're doing this, while he's, you know, preoccupied with Twig. The compass doesn't point anywhere. It shows nothing, as if they're not here. That's alarming, but you don't give up your hunt. You know eventually they have to come back. They're not going to give up. And eventually, there is a ping on the compass. And Yorick, it takes you to the Gemstone Archipelago. And Yorick, you spend several weeks chartering ships, bouncing from island to island to island, searching for any signs of any individuals. And there is one that you do get the slightest trail on, at least here, a half-orc. One who deals in blood magic. Many fishermen, commoners, they remember seeing an individual searching for specific tribes that were connected to blood magic in the area. So, Yorick, You head into the farthest reaches of the gemstones, searching for these same tribes. Having to don a bit more of a warm summertime garb than the full plate armor, but still keeping it on. It's just like the symbiote like contracts, so it's just like this like breastplate as opposed to the full plate armor to make it a little bit easier to move throughout the jungle. As Yorick,
Nice. Oh.
you hunt throughout the jungle, throughout the gemstone, looking for signs of Mirka. You have a heading. You just need to follow through on it now and hope that you can find them before they do whatever they're planning on doing. So from there, we will go ahead and jump to back to Oakkarn, actually. As Twig. There was a very specific thing that you had set your sights on from the very beginning. Ever since Oakkarn was reformed, you knew that this needed to happen, and you started to spread word back in September. Back in Leaffall, I should say. It's a fantasy world. They have fun names. Back in Leaffall, you started telling everybody you knew, sending letters to Thomas, Myanthes, and Fro, sending sendings to all of the individuals that you can remember that participated in that tourney, plastering it far and wide throughout the kingdoms of Iverion and Tarkir in the city of Oakkarn. On the 26th of Darkspire, another Kingdoms and Castles tourney would be held in Talamir, specifically in Oakkarn. And not only that, but Twig, on that one day in particular, you were able to convince, through your masterful diplomacy skills, all of the individuals that you know of that are good people, that are Kingdoms and Castles cards, to make special appearances, to say hi, to sign cards, to make it the biggest Kingdoms and Castles tourney that has ever happened, period. Any world leader that could spare the time that wasn't in the middle of a war, they were there.
No, more important.
The Wardens of Afera, they were there. Hrothgar was there. All of these people, except for like the Forsaken and bad guys who are dead and good guys that are dead, were there if they could. I mean, we're talking probably 70 VIPs, and Oakkarn is bursting with people. I mean, there is a certain point where you actually have to like have more tables made in order to accommodate all of the people. You probably end up having around 10,000 people over the course of about a month. The longest Kingdoms and Castles tourney that has ever existed. Twig did. And I'll also tell you what, it was very good for the economy of Talamir. Whew. Yeah. Card nerds, they'll spend crazy money on cards. I know, because I did that for a long time. I bought a lot of Magic cards. They will spend a lot of money, and boy, do they. And so over the course of that month, Twig, you make not only good memories with the other adventurers that come and participate in the tourney. Of course, Queen Bianca Damaris is there not only as a VIP, but also as a participant in the tourney as well, as you have commoners going against literal queens in this tourney. And of course, even though she's the organizer, Twig has to be participating, right? It'd be weird if she wasn't, you know?
It also will be weird
I don't
if
think she
wins.
could like restrain herself enough, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, watch her win this entire thing that she organized. Like, she gets the award and everything too, and everyone else is like, okay.
It's just I do like the dual thing of like, you know, awarding it to herself. You know?
And on top of that, before the tourney begins, Thomas Myanthes does come to you, Twig, with a special gift. A new set of cards being released. that are all specially made with special, unique art depicting not just you, but the entire party and the runaways. The Wanderers. Both groups now at the same level as the Wardens of Afera, printed into cards. And Twig receives a special set from Thomas for helping make Kingdoms and Castles even bigger and even better than it already was. Yeah. Now, some of these cards don't go with Twig's deck, so they're definitely going to be more of like on display type cards, but it's still nice to have regardless. Oh my god!
They're, like, framed in those like little like card
just had it.
thingies that you get.
Yeah. Oh, it's too funny.
It's a great game.
Starts getting printed on merch, you know. Bianca gets a mug of herself with Bianca on it.
Like, because of this, we like single-handedly invent like, you know, screen printing and shit.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh. But Twig is she goes throughout the tourney, and I mean the thing is, Twig is probably the best Kingdoms and Castles player in the world, with all the time and effort she spent to manage and learn and be the best that she can be. Twig ends up getting to the top 16 players, where she is in the the semifinals here. And my question for you, Gemma, is, does Twig either lose on purpose to somebody, scoop and sort of withdraw herself from the competition, or does she go for the gold, even though she organized the event? What are you thinking?
I mean, makes me sound like an asshole, but I think she definitely would play it genuinely, just because, you know, of course she wants to win. Like, she really fucking loves this shit. It does mean a lot to her. But also, like, she wouldn't want to see, like, she's trying to, like, pander to anyone, or, like, you know, let someone win just for the sake of letting them win. You know, she wouldn't want to do that. She'd want to keep it still that kind of rigorous, genuine competition. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay.
She's playing to win.
Okay. All right. So if that's the case, to keep this interesting, you get to the finals. It is down to you and one other person. Who else but Merchant, the collector of curios and curiosities, traveled the plains and has collected one of the most powerful Kingdoms and Castles deck you've ever heard of.
Twig's genuinely sweating.
So you get into it, and the two of you, the game lasts for hours. So Twig, we're gonna do some rock, paper, scissors here. Okay?
Oh god.
We're both gonna roll a d20, and we're gonna go back and forth, best 2 out of 3. Because you and Merchant are evenly matched.
So I get none of my boons. Okay, that's probably good, because I can't remember what all of them were.
Well, for everyone you has, Merchant has it too. So it just, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Wait a second. All right.
You roll so well, though.
All right, here we go. No excuses. Twig's the best.
Just d20s?
Just a d20, yep.
Oh my gosh.
One at a time? What are we doing
I'm so
here?
nervous.
Oh, I rolled mine.
Oh, shit. Okay.
See it.
I rolled it privately. Whoops.
Fuck.
Okay, let me
Up to you.
go ahead and...
You know what? If I'm going to lose to anyone, I'm glad it's Merchant.
All right.
Merchant, so far doing pretty good.
Beginning of the game, it goes on for hours. It is down to a very strong stalemate, but there is a few moves that Merchant does. He's just able to edge out a little bit from you, right towards the middle of the game. Go ahead and roll another d20.
Oh.
That is a tie. That is a tie right there. So it's still neck and neck. Merchant's 1-1. Still 1-0. Go ahead and roll again. It's a stalemate. You cancel each other
So
out.
nervous.
You can't roll dice.
No.
Take my inspiration, Gemma.
Take it.
Is there inspiration here?
It's a D20 roll.
Yeah, this is something I'm happy to allow inspiration to.
Ooh, lucky
Almost another
13.
one.
A 10.
Okay.
It is 1-1. It's anybody's game.
Why is this so intense?
I know. I'm so nervous.
Dice knew.
Inhuman
wait.
reactions.
I am literally gonna faint. Oh.
Here, wait.
One more.
Here, wait. All right.
Oh my gosh, the muse.
The last dice roll.
Please.
Both of you just start going back and forth and back and forth and
I don't
back
know
and
who
forth.
I'm rooting for. I think I'm just excited.
What do you mean?
RNG, don't be bad, please.
All right, here we
I
go.
asked of you this one time. Okay.
With a 2 and a 7.
That's crazy.
Twig is able to emerge victorious, and there is no question to the degree of her skill and mastery of this game. Everybody was on the edge of their seat for hours watching. For those that care about Kingdoms and Castles, was on their seat for hours
Bianca
watching
was
this
there.
unfold.
She was glued to her chair.
As Twig, you notice a fatal miscalculation on Merchant's part, and you capitalize. There's a moment where you just think for a moment, will anybody think poorly of me for winning my own tourney? And you say, you know what? I don't care. I worked hard. I grinded for this. I'm gonna win. You swing out, you capitalize. Merchant goes down. You can see Merchant look down at the cards and look up to you after hours of like short back and forth of, does that resolve? Does that resolve? Does this resolve? I'd counter, that back and forth. He looks down at the cards. He begins to scoop them up and place them into the deck off to the side. And he looks to you, those two beady white lights of eyes, and reaches his hand across the table and says, very good game, Twig.
Took a reach back. Didn't care.
He stands up, poof, he's gone. All right. So,
Are there prizes for this tournament, or is it just bragging rights?
no, I'm sure there are prizes. Merchant just didn't want his. He was here to play. That's all he wanted.
Okay, fair. He loves the game for the game's sake.
Yeah, he says as he loses, give my prize to whoever, and then teleports away. All right. Twig, you do notice, however, he left his deck there for you.
Uh-huh.
So now Twig has two very powerful decks. Merchant's deck and her own. So whenever you want to...
What Merchant's deck?
Merchant uses the Wild Waste decks. He uses the Cowboys.
I love that for him.
There's some Karate kid out there training right now to one day overthrow. Yeah, like.
I got disqualified in the beginning because my deck fucked me. I'm not gonna let it happen again.
So he's gonna become like that, like whole like Elite Four thing.
Yeah.
You're gonna like battle up like Ptolemia, and then you're gonna like just get to it. It's just gonna be literally just like the throne room with like a little like card table.
Okay, wait, but next year, why don't we do that? Twig's final boss. So it's like if anyone can beat Twig.
That's a good point.
Oh, that's funny.
So, hypothetical question.
Yeah.
How good of a deck can I get for 130,000?
You know, Ryan.
Like, pretty good?
You can get probably one of the best decks in the world, but you have to ask yourself, do you have the skill to beat Twig?
I thought you were gonna say you have to ask Twig if you can buy it off of her.
Only her deck is that expensive.
Yeah, hers and merchants
Actually,
are
no chance.
like the two. It's mostly that expensive because all the signed cards Twig has.
Fair.
Hers is more of a novelty deck.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Yeah. All right.
Good job, Twig.
Two-time champion.
2-time champion. Twig is the tribal chief.
Damn, acknowledge her.
Acknowledge me. Alrighty. So the Kingdoms and Castles tourney happens and eventually moves on. Twig, you are crowned anointed champion twice in a row. And there might be some sour feelings to the people that were eliminated very early on, but they're
Arrest them.
Damn. Now Finn's a John Travolta meme right now.
You changed, Twig, once you got power. So, the Kingdoms and Castles tourney, it comes and passes, and it is a very fun time had by all. Even most of the people that didn't win, they still enjoyed being there and getting to meet some of these individuals they never thought they'd even be near. So that in and of itself was worth the experience. So with that, let me double check my calendar here. Lila, you and is it just you, or was anybody going with you to the library?
Twig, did you still want to come, or does it not line up with the schedule? Because I know Gemma said, "Can you take Twig?" But that was a while ago. So
It lines up with the schedule.
I mean, I was there for the camel vibes only. It was so unserious. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, she can also help with library rats as well.
yeah, let me prepare library rats too.
Yeah.
And then I mean, I figured Zevran would want to come too.
Okay,
but
sounds good.
Nalthian does not. Actually, no, lies. He does.
Come on, let's go.
For his birthday, he's writing.
Oh, okay. Very good.
Come on.
Family trip to the library.
Y'all just hanging out without Yorick, huh?
Okay, Yorick
You
left
could
already.
come.
Yorick went
It's
to
already
the
gone.
gemstone.
Oh my god.
So he's like, I don't even want to hang out with you fools anyway.
Wasn't invited.
You would have been if you were here.
Alrighty.
Lila just sending to everyone.
So you sending, hey, Yorick, you want to come? No? Okay.
Mid fight with Burka in the middle of some.
So with that, a few days after the tourney, Twig, Lila, and Nalthian, you depart. Lila, you can teleport everyone to Odero or a nearby place, but you will need to charter like sand beetles to take you out into the desert to search for these camels. As you know, the full moon is coming, so they'll be there. And we'll say for the three of you to go that far into the desert and for that close to the demon wastes, it ends up being pretty expensive. So let's just say 5,000 gold. Mark that off.
That also was 4 because of Zevran, right?
Oh yeah, 4. So we'll say 6,000 gold. But you teleport there, and then there's the journey into the desert, which does take several weeks. And there's no circumventing that. So while all of you are searching and traveling, we're going to go to Yorick. As Yorick, you have to put a halt on your hunt for Mirka, as a meeting of the Crimson Lily is taking place in Port Sahala on this day. So,
I've literally been waiting for this since Yorick's very first 0.5, like the moment he was a character. So excited.
I am too. And you remember that thing that I said about how, I was really nervous to forget something?
Yeah.
I just forgot to
Sure
upload.
do.
I forgot to upload an image. Just give me 1 second here, because I made this really cool image, and I don't want it to be not used.
Nah, totally. But yes, well done winning the tournament, Gemma.
It was well earned. Very well
It
earned.
was close. On my screen, Merchant's dice was on a 10 for so long, and then it plopped over to a 2 at like the last second. It was like a movie.
Good. So, Yorick, you make your way to Port Sahala, and you follow the instructions that were given to you. As you move to the western coast, and you begin to walk into the water. And the thing is, as you begin to walk into the water, you end up walking on the water. You can feel the coin in your hand begin to thrum and vibrate. Some type of dormant magic within, truly going wild. Eventually, you walk about 30, 40 feet, and you are pulled down deep into the water. As you can hear fire burning. Brazier, as you appear, you see a collection of individuals wearing robes of pale ivories and deep crimson, each one with a sigil on the back of it matching that of what is on the coin. And you yourself, donned in this robe now, in this moment. Your armor's still on underneath it, but it seems as though being pulled down here, your identity was concealed, as all you can see are these sort of like magical black veils that cover the faces of the individuals that are here. And you can see there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 56 people. Don't ask me how I jumped from 16 to 56, but there are about,
I was like, what?
There are about 56 people here. 57, including yourself. And you can see all the veils look to each other, and there is a voice that speaks from one of them. A very large man. You can tell of some sort of giant descendancy. His voice deep and bellowing as he says,
"May the one who called the meeting step forward and pronounce himself."
And pronounce themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what was said?
Mm-hmm.
Yorick will straighten up a little bit, just not expecting it to go right then and there. But yeah, he will walk forward if there's a spot that's designated, or if there seems to be a spot at the head of the room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh. Wow. Art has been so on point lately. Okay. And like so like everyone's like face is covered, correct? Like it's all like a magical black, kind of Nazgul-ish.
Yeah, very much.
For lack
Yeah.
of a better explanation.
Yeah.
Okay. It can be taken off though, right?
Yeah, if you pull the hood back, it will reveal your face. You're very confident on that.
Okay. Yorick will get up and he'll kind of look around at everyone, and then he'll say, "For I have approached the shadow and know that it is no friend." And at that point, he will grab the hood and pull it back. "Will you all welcome me, Yorick Nassim of House Nassim?"
And you can hear everyone in the room respond in tandem, "I will welcome you, brother." And
No
you
one else takes the hood off, though. Okay.
Okay. So as you do, everyone else in the room does as well. And there are about 40 people in here that you don't know, Yorick. But
I
there
kind of figured. That's why it jumped up.
but there are 16 that you do know. Well, 1, 2 you're not super familiar with, but a lot of them you are.
Okay.
You recognize the face of King Kelderson, King of Iverion.
Homie.
You recognize the face of the individual that spoke for you to step forward, which is none other than Odin himself.
I knew he was in this. I knew it. Sorry.
You see the face of a man you've heard of in his depictions in Thuralian religion, Zeus. You also see a thinner, more lithe giant man with golden eyes, matching the description of Tyr. For those people in Salamander Coast, this is after the Odinson conversation that's going to happen next session. So we're not going to get into that. Things went well, though.
Goes okay.
Yeah. You see Queen Elizabeth Omen. You see Professor Elonre, which you already knew. You see Merchant.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Is that why he popped out? He had to go to a meeting?
Pause. Merchant's about to be fucking everywhere today, and it's gonna be mind-boggling.
Merchant is the real creator. Let's be real, like,
If he's at
he
the
is
Camel
God.
Library.
He is the Camel Library. There's no reason
Probably.
He's just riding on one, just waves at you as he goes by.
You see Inlilbani, the king of the Dawi. You see Desa, who was the Drow Archmage, who is the prince, the Drow Archmage to the Prince of Iverion, the one who was keeping track of his mental capacity. You see Nicholas of the City of Yule. You see Alaric Thornbridge, who you don't know, but is a mage who lives in Adarashi, who helped out the Wanderers. You see Hrothgar Almer. You see Lily Anna Brighton, who is the High Arcan of the shit. It's a made-up word.
Hey, I put it in the chat like.
You did.
Who knows when?
But she is the leader of the Order of the All-Seeing, so the Fantasy Jedi Order. That's what she is in charge of.
Sick.
You see Sentinel, the War-forged cowpoke, who wanders Illica for some reason, and you think you've kind of figured that out now. And the last person, there are 2 more people. One that you recognize, which is Mimir, and the other, which is another individual of golden eyes, of golden hair and deep, like glowing purple eyes, Heimdall.
Oh, okay.
Those are the 16 individuals that you have some passing familiarity with or recognize outright. You can see they see you as you step forward. And
There's 40 other people that I just don't know.
40 other people you
Fair
don't
enough.
know, you don't recognize. Some of them based off of like their jewelry they wear on their face or how they color or style their hair. You can tell some people are from Thural, Afera, the Gemstone, and the continent of Calderaz. And there are other individuals that seem to be from the Astral Sea as well as other planes, but you just don't know them. Oh, I will say you would recognize one individual from the Fey Council. The Eladrin. I cannot remember her name though. She is also here.
Neat.
Mhm.
I also don't remember her name, so I'm gonna hold it against you.
The point is, there's representation from all over the planes here, not just the material.
Question, is Toljan there, or is he no longer a member? The witness. He's the one who gave York the coin. I assume
When he
was
gave
still
you the
one.
when he gave you the coin, he
passed it on.
He passed it on to you. Yeah.
Okay, I was not sure about that. Okay, so okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So as you step forward and everyone roos, and you take a moment to drink it in, you can see that most of the people are kind of used to this type of thing happening in the, oh my god. You can see the sort of patriarch of the religion in Thrall, Zeus. He looks to you and says,
Do not worry, Yorick of House Nassim. You are in safe hands in this place. You called us here for a very particular reason. Well, you and Professor Elonre from the college called us here for a very specific reason. Meetings like this are infrequent. What is the purpose of your calling?
Well, I know what this order is supposed to do. And I know that the only way to make good decisions is if you have all the information. And recently there has been a big change you all need to be made aware of. And York is going to more or less quickly summarize the events of the breaking and what they learned with the creator and the battle that took place. He won't go into full depth about what happened in the Hells. He'll just kind of summarize it for the sake of kind of setting up the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main purpose is to let them know about the creator and the creator's connection to the Dark One and his now, you know, his deceased state, I suppose, and what that means for the world. And so, yeah, he will just summarize all of that for all of them.
Yeah.
How's the response?
A lot of contemplation. As you see Hrothgar, he speaks and says,
I knew something like that must have happened. Those of you that I had seen in the meantime, since I'm assuming when that happened, the light in Nabir Tarman, it's fading. And those of you that have the ability to, and I'm sure your council members, your archmages, your high priests and clerics have told you that there's no coming back now. So, if that's the case, then I'd hope you and your companions have a plan.
We do. It's a light plan, but we have a plan. And again, York will describe what's going to happen in a year at this point, year and a half, however much longer it's still going to be. And the preparation and the events and what they're trying to take care of in order for the cycle to stop so that they can carry on their existence without the interference of the souls of all the vanquished timelines, more or less.
you can see all of them sort of nod at that. You can see Tyr, he speaks and says,
My daughter and her companions, they endured the same things. From what I understand, Yorick, you and your companions have been working with time, right?
Correct.
My daughter and her companions have been working with the realm of spirits, specifically something in Atarashi. Do all of you have any idea where you might go to access your place, or where it could originate from if something were to happen?
Ryan's drawing a blank. Did we know this location?
the last you had talked to, I believe it was Ephron, he had said that that singularity that all of you passed through to find Emerald, the good Emerald, that was the only thing he could think of, aside from, you know, going back to where Malice was, or where Dirael was, but that had been destroyed. And was pretty unsafe and volatile to use anyway.
So kind of, you know, that, Yeah, it was just kind of like it was almost like a black hole-ish portal, right? Was kind of what it looked like as we passed through it.
Yeah, at the center of the astral sea.
Yeah. So again, York will say that that's more or less their best guess at this time, but they have people who are looking into it and doing research, and everything is being done to make sure that when it's ready, that they are prepared to act.
You can see Nicholas of Yule. He says, I know exactly what you speak of. I will provide some information that I have collected over the many years to the Archons. They are where should I send the information?
They're an Oakcarn now, right? Because Twig gave them permission to lay their heads there, is that correct?
Yeah, it's like half of them are in Oakcarn, the other half are in the Hells building Mephistopheles' like...
That's right.
...energy source.
I assume Ephron's an Oakcarn. I assume that that's where he would be.
Yeah.
We trust Ephron, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, York will pass that on.
Very good. I will send everything I have and everything I can gather to this Ephron. Strange.
This might be a
name doesn't
dumb
ring a bell.
Question. Oh, well, he was at the wedding. But anyways, what about the newly formed crack in the sky? I mean, if we're looking for connections to the Dark One, if that black hole was one, could that be another one?
You can see Desa, the Drow Archmage of Iverion, would say,
I have been looking into that. I've been taking trips up that high, as far as I can go. Examining it, analyzing it, doing everything I can to learn something behind it. The thing is, I don't think that it is, I don't think I can recommend passing through it. From what I can gather, and based off what you've said now, my best guess is that moving through that crack would take you outside of existence. It's where the veil between our reality and not is. In fact, most recently there have been times I have gone close enough. It has been rather disturbing because I've seen one of your companions, I swear, staring back at me.
Which one?
The Knight of the Green Lady, Nalthian.
Okay. Well, sounds like we're going with Plan A then.
You can see Merchant, he kind of rubs the shadow on his face. It's very interesting. I had had interactions with Emerald before. Not the one in Afera, but a different one. Many years ago. It was strange now thinking about it. But there was something different about him. He tried to sell me some items. Some very strange, cruel, twisted items. I turned them away. I wanted nothing to do with them. If what you say is true, it seems to me that he just didn't want to see any good in the world. It makes me sad.
Me too. But if we see this through, I mean, we'll be proving the Creator wrong. Really reclaiming the world as ours rather than his, and we're just here occupying it.
And if there's one thing I can say, after having traveled with you all for a short bit of time,
And with the Wanderers, if anybody can go against the will of divine fate, well, it's all of you, that's for sure. As you can see, Mimir speaks up. You can see Odin kind of gives him a dirty look. There's still some bad blood between those two.
Odin should sit the fuck down. He killed Mimir, basically, so...
Hey, you didn't kill him, you're still ahead.
I don't.
He's undead, though.
Anyway, sorry, I'll see myself out.
So, there are other individuals who speak in the room, individuals that you don't recognize, as a bit of a conversation starts to happen. And Elanre begins to speak a bit too, talking about how resources can be moved between these nations to ensure safety for some people, as many people as they can, but also to ensure that resources to fight are everywhere and anywhere that they can be. This is the ideal place for you, Yorick, to kind of share with these leaders of the world the concept of the teleportation circles that you had received from Eurydice and where to put them. And this is kind of the place where you confer with these world leaders that you know are good people. And you set those up. You get those ready to go. So that way there is quick teleportation around the world. In case something bad does happen to one place, people can be funneled out of there to a different place to try and save as many people as possible, or get important people from one place to another.
Right.
And on top of that, they're going to do everything they can to learn more about the crack, to learn more about the Vault of Souls, and to see if there's any other place, potentially, there could be a connection to Chronovas Ioneda, the threads of time, to try and make your guys' life a little bit easier. But most people are unsure. Odin does say,
since the travel to Bromsgrove to prevent the heist done by the Wanderers, Tyr's temple no longer functions, sadly. The creatures of time, the Maruts, they destroyed the mechanism that allowed the traversal. So sadly, there's nothing there. There might be materials, though, that can be used. I'll make sure to provide those to your Archons in Oak Khan. See if they can do something with them.
Thank you. And then, Joe, this is a Ryan question. And I'm sorry if it was said, but now that it's been like however long into downtime, none of us have heard a word from Emerald or
or Sigrun.
Or Sigrun or Zamir?
Or Zamir.
Zamir. Okay. Not a great sign. I assume any attempt to scribe would also not work.
Failed. Messages, like sending, also does not work.
Alright, cool. Not great. Okay. So yeah, I think Yorick would just provide any information he could, but also let them know that, once the meeting's over, he's going back to doing what he's good at, which is just trying to hunt down Forsaken and just slow them down in whatever they're doing.
Okay. Real quick, Yorick, as the meeting sort of comes to a close and many of the people begin to leave, Odin being swarmed by ravens teleporting away, Zeus turning into bolts of thunder and lightning, all of these very ostentatious dismissals as they leave. Most of these people, like demigods or, on a similar, not physical power level as you, but political power for sure. That's most of the people here. You hear jingle bells as Nicholas leaves.
Cold breeze.
And there are others that, do have to leave the more mundane way. But one individual does approach you. Heimdall. The glowing purple eyes, the long, slick back golden hair. He approaches and he reaches out to shake your hand and says,
It's a great honor to finally meet one of the Forerunners. I heard a great deal about all of you up in the Salamander Coast and what you've done for Iverion and Tarkia, and well, you seem like quite the indomitable warrior, truthfully.
Oh, thanks. I do my best. I'm sorry, Heimdall, right?
Correct.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Sorry, I got a little overwhelmed. I hope I didn't look too confused up there.
No, you did wonderfully. Not many people stand before the leaders of the world, some of them damn near gods, and keep their cool.
I guess just nothing surprises me anymore.
Honestly, after everything we've been through, I think the same thing. Tell me, there was something that Desa said that I wanted to ask you about, one of your companions. You said his name was Nalfian, right?
Yeah.
The Knight of Roses, right? Or the Knight of Thorns. The Knight of Thorns, correct?
Thorns.
Knight of Thorns.
Yes, Thorns.
Of the Green Lady.
Confused, it's Thorns.
Oh.
By the way, sorry, just time out.
Yeah.
Wanderers have not messaged us saying things are weird with Heimdall, right? Like we don't know anything, right? I'm just
hasn't been a need to.
Bits and pieces of... Sorry,
I
what?
don't.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't think we would have.
I think it would have been redundant. Like, oh, hey, everyone might be this person, but hey, everyone might be everyone. So,
Yeah.
Could I,
Yeah.
and not interrupt the flow of could somebody give me like a 2-sentence summary of everything, anything
message you.
Heimdall? Thanks, Queen. Continue.
Alright, cool. So, I mean, sorry, y'all. Like, it's a bunch of people that, like, Yorick knows, Yorick trusts. He assumes they're all kind of vouching for everyone. Yorick's just going to be honest with Heimdall. I'm very sorry if that bites us. I just think it doesn't make sense to insight check this guy specifically.
No, fam, you play it the way you
So-
feel right. We
No,
support
yeah.
you.
Well, I
It's
know,
just
I'm just...
that- yeah. You're good.
I'm just letting you know the reasoning. Yorick has no reason to not trust this guy. So
Honestly,
sorry.
anyone here could have been everyone anyway, so.
Everywhere all at once, yeah.
Yes.
Bagel.
Sorry, what was the last thing that Heimdall said or asked?
He was verifying that
Thorns.
Nalfian was a member of your group.
Yeah. I also feel like anyone can verify that, so I
Yeah.
don't feel like that's a weird question.
And right now, I'm just curious if you're here, the rest of your companions, I'm assuming they must be up to something rather important, then, right?
There was talks of a card tournament, I think.
In Oak Cairn, right?
Yeah, Lance House Forrester.
Oh! Knight of the Green Lady. Nalfian Forrester, then, now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. It's very
This
interesting.
doesn't feel good. I just want you to know that.
Very good. Well, please, give the rest of your companions my best wishes, and if there's anything I can do for you. The power of
I mean,
foresight.
do you know Nalfian?
I've heard a great deal of him. You see, there was a time long ago that I tried my hand at the tourney of the Green Lady, but I was turned away, sadly.
How come?
No. The Green Knight told me I had an unfair advantage. You see these eyes, and you can see they sort of shimmer, this like there's no iris. It is just these globes of purple magic.
Hmm.
I saw myself. I saw that I won. And I saw how I won. And so I went. And it wasn't within the spirit of the competition, and I was refused.
So you can see possibilities? Because I mean, if you saw yourself win, but then you didn't get to participate, it's not like you see the future.
Exactly. But over the many years I've been alive, I've become very good at examining many possibilities to know the most likely outcome. Say if you were to, theoretically, just because this is when it's most useful, if you were to try and take a swing at me right now, I know that you'd fall back on your right foot, swing forward with your left hand. That's if you don't have your glaive. But if you have your glaive, you're going to do the opposite, because you have much more power from the kickoff of the other leg, and your hands will be left over right, not right over left. You find there's a little bit of discomfort in your back shoulder when you do that. You see, it's...
York thinks about that. He's like, shit, that's all true. Didn't think about it, but yeah.
Exactly.
How'd you get that?
I looked at you, and I knew.
No, I meant the ability. Like, I had a helmet that allowed me to see all around me. And, you know, it took a while to get adjusted to it, but I'm not saying it's what you do, but it helped me get a better sense of my surroundings. But yeah, how, like, that, I don't know, that's just not like a skill. That's something, right? I mean, it's both, don't get me wrong, but...
Well, it is
really fascinating now.
The old blood. Same thing that Odin and Tyr, Thor, Thrud, and Thor's sons, gods rest their soul now. The same thing they have within them. Cecily, same thing she has within her. It manifests in different ways in all of us. And for some reason, in a young boy, no acclaim, no relation to the Odinsons, the Tyrsons, to the giants, to anyone. Vanir, doesn't matter. I was gifted.
Oh, well, I'm sure we're gonna need that sight sooner than later, so glad to have you.
And don't worry. When you need me, I'll be there. I'll see it.
Fair enough.
I have much to attend to, so good luck, York.
Same.
On your hunt.
Yep. You too.
And with that, you can see holding up a crystal held in the metal container. He throws it up, and there is this opalescent rainbow that rains down on him as he channels the magic of the Bifrost, teleporting away.
Right. Gonna need a cool way to exit before next meeting. York will walk off.
You and Sentinel both do the same thing, because he's just a robot with guns, you know?
Hey. Nice pieces.
I don't have voice mod up. He says, thank you.
He nods. Cool. Good meeting.
Had his voice box ripped out a couple weeks ago.
Oh, damn.
Still trying to find a new one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you at the next one, I guess.
He nods.
All right, cool. Nice guy.
Alrighty. So you work with that. You depart. And you return to your hunt. And we will go ahead and jump over now to... Excuse me. So sorry. To our individuals in Odero.
Camel Library.
Camel Library.
Lamel. Hamberry?
Canberry.
Cambry.
Yeah.
All right. So you travel
Canberry's in the library, though. It's funny.
for many days and many nights, wandering throughout the desert, searching for an area that is clear and vast for these camels that will come. And eventually, on the night of the full moon, on the... Where's it down here? 10th of April, 10th of Storm Tide. as the full moon is seen clear as day, this thin blue hue begins to cover the entirety of the desert. As you see these camels the size of cities begin to appear. On their backs, you can see there are these structures made of stone, but with colored columns and walls, where the structures themselves look like books stacked on top of each other. And on top of each one, there is this massive glowing blue crystal that ties them to the moonlight, ties them here. As they walk in front of you throughout the desert, you can see there are 5 camels walking one behind the other, throughout the desert.
I didn't expect them to be that big. I really didn't.
I was like fun little camels with like satchels, you know? Like
Yeah, and just like a long caravan or a big group, like horde of them, you know? Not city-sized camels. I wasn't ready. Oh, I mean, Lila, as soon as we see them, is gonna say, I did not expect them to be that big. And I assume we have to fly up there.
Mm-hmm.
There's no like, okay. Well, Lila's got her wings. Anyone else have flying abilities?
I
mean, I've seen
spiderweb.
like,
Oh, right.
Vine web.
you could also like, because you could ride giant eagles or something, right? I'm pretty sure that's like
for sure.
somewhere at this point.
Yeah, technically 2 people
wait.
can ride a giant eagle together.
I have a fucking flying thing.
You do. You have a winged
Twilight
unicorn.
Sparkles.
Oh,
We
yeah.
call it Twilight. Everybody hop on.
Yeah.
I mean, Lila can use her wing, but...
No, I still want a giant eagle to go up because, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you and Zevran on the
Zevran
back
is
of the
right.
camel.
Yeah, I'm fine. We'll go.
The big flying unicorn. All right, Nalfian,
Aw.
Nalfian, I'm not
Hold on
gonna lie.
tight.
I'm a little scared. Is it all right if I grab?
Nope. Better
No?
squeeze. No. Wrap Rono's arms around. Let's go.
All right.
I ship it.
Lock in.
He like leans his head into your back.
I love that Nalfian's just the third in the relationship.
He's here when you guys need him.
It's a lot, apparently. So.
And Nalfian, as you do pull out the statue and you do summon Twilight Sparkle,
Twilight.
you can see that they share the same face and personality, that this just seems to be the spirit of Twilight that you conjure in this moment.
Perfect.
There you go.
Bye. Nope.
Nay, as you jump on,
Nay.
you fly up. You have 5 camel city libraries to go through. And remember the warning that was given to you, Lila, that many individuals that go in never return because they become intoxicated on the knowledge. I'm not gonna. This isn't an adventure. Like, this would be really cool to do as like a collection of sessions, but that's not gonna be an issue for you guys. You guys are level 15. I'm not worried about it.
I mean, she'll warn everybody coming, and she won't say it, but she's most worried about Zevran, because we know the boy's history with knowledge.
Zevran is the most problematic one when you go to leave, but I mean, it's the 3 of you versus one of him.
There's like toddler backpacks that have like the lead, you know?
LOL. We gotta
That's so
strap him
funny.
in.
No one is putting a leash on me. I will be fine.
I'll hold your hand.
He was not
Side-eye.
fine. Okay. So, you board the camel cities of books. Yeah, and they are just huge libraries. And you can see that within there are no people, there are no spirits that tend to these books. No human spirits, like I should say. But what you do see are these simian creatures, these monkey-like spirits that swing from bookshelf to bookshelf. They place books in their order, or they take pieces of paper, roll them up into scrolls, and place them on this huge scroll lattice wall that is the size of a castle wall. So, the camels with the monkey librarians, you're here.
I love it.
Fantasy.
I love this so much, and the art is so good.
I'm so sad this couldn't be an ARC, because man.
I know. I was just please may this last into next campaign. Please, I want it.
I just won't be here the next several weeks, I guess.
No, this provided Illica lives. This will be a staple in Illica from now on. So,
Yay, cool. I mean, yeah, Lila would, even though she may get potentially sidetracked by other interesting things, she would prioritize and use the library rats on each library to try and find the stuff about or anything on rebuilding divinity, realities, rewriting realities, you know, also focusing on the lead that we have with the threads, but also other options as well if there are anything.
Okay. So that's what Lila's looking for. And Nalfian, Twig, Zevran's just gonna help you, Lila. He's not here for personal gain. Things are a little bit more important than that. Nalfian, Twig, did the two of you have anything in particular, or were you just kind of given the assist to Lila? Nalfian, I know you said you were looking for night books, right?
Yeah, like he's specifically working on writing his book, so any any books on like the different tenets around Illica, you know, stories or poetry or artwork from, even if it's not like a knight, like, you know, different cultures have different organizations of organized military, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah, what I will say is that you do find a lot of information, and the thing is, Nalfian, as you begin to look, you realize that this library is not only for this existence. As you start to look through the books, there's conflicting information. It'll talk about the year 1103 in Tarkir. In Verdalka, there was a knight by this name who did this thing, and you'll check a different book. It'll be the same year, same location, same night, but a different course of action that they took. Where instead of rising to greatness, they were consumed by evil, and they allowed themselves to grow corrupt, and they ended up fighting against, you know, the current King Omen at the time, trying to bring a downfall, whereas the other one was a paragon of justice. There are alternate realities within this library that you can read about. Their histories are here. And Nalfian, in terms of history that you do read about from this plane of existence to pull as inspiration, there are a collection of warriors in Cartasia, sort of nomadic beetle people, that are known as the Wind Whisperers, where they are not knights in almost any way imaginable. The way that they fight, the way that they dress, the way that they approach morality is not the same, but what they do have is conviction, and they have a very strong sense of duty, and they have honor to one another. It is this very unified, you know, brotherhood and sisterhood between individuals, where they always are there for each other. And the way that they fight, you can see some similarities with how Nalfian fights. That sort of light dancer adjacent choreography, as well as their general preference towards armor, preferencing lighter leathers due to the desert, but also more flexibility, more mobility. As most of the things they fight in the desert are going to pierce through leather just as easily as plate, so they might as well be light when they're moving and when they're fighting.
Get stepped on by a camel.
yeah, or devoured by a beetle. There's a lot of bad ways to go in Calderon's. But you find information about them, and while their morals don't seem to be something that you would probably want to pull from, their loyalty to one another and their conviction to upholding their code, whatever that was, those are two things that, you know, are in line with what you believe to be makes a good knight. It is kind of interesting. One thing that you do read, Nalfian, is that there is another tale of Sir Imric, the knight that, you know, Zevran had told you about and all that, where he didn't die, where he was able to kill that witchy hag that was trying to corrupt the land, and he ended up becoming so popular, so renowned, so powerful that he ended up overthrowing King Wyatt Omen, and ended up becoming king of Tarkir, and then shortly after the kingdom fell into ruin without the Omen name to keep it together. And when the end came, Imric was nowhere to be found. He ended up being a coward in those last few months and weeks of the world.
What timeline was that?
There's no knowing of what timeline something's
okay, I
from.
I had like timeline A55, you know, like
like the Marvel, like Earth 616 or whatever.
Right.
No, sadly, that's what makes this so confusing. Is like they're broken
really
up
indication.
by like genre, not by universe or reality.
Sure. Okay. Very cool.
Okay. So, Nalfian, that's what you find. Twig and Lila, or I'm assuming, Twig, you're helping Lila search for what she was looking for, maybe bouncing back and forth between her and Nalfian to help as much as you can.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll stay on a smaller note. Like, I don't actually need any information from it. But just because it's something she's working on, she would be looking into, like, rifts, especially for the Feywild, and, you know, how to make sure that's stable, how to make sure that's okay, and just general things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you do find information about that. And one of the pieces of information that you find is that there is a way to keep a permanent rift open, but to allow it to be concealed and only seen by those individuals that can pass like trials or tests. And then those people are allowed to be let through unless the person who created it permits them. And there is a type of power there that can be passed down from individual to individual. So in the same way that Rodan, Eurydice's father, is the sort of like rift warden of that Feywild rift in the Riverlands, he can pass that down to somebody. And you have learned of a way in these books that you can keep it stable, you can keep it hidden, and you can go through or let people through when you need to. It'll be a bit of a process, but you find it. And then finally, Lila, you begin poring through old tomes, reading notes and writings of scholars and individuals discussing metaphysical musings on time and the spiritual essence of the humanoids as a collective. All of it's very dry and very unhelpful. Until eventually you reach a book, and it's not the book that is helpful to you. The book is boring and once again very dry as you skim through the pages. But as you get to the end, there is a piece of paper, a letter that has been folded up and sealed with your sigil, Lila, the sigil of House Tatiana.
Oh, we open in that. We open in it. It's technically mine anyway, so.
Crack. You open the seal. And there is a letter written here. It says this: to whomever finds this, we were so close. We defeated Emerald. We felt the shift. Someone somewhere planted a seed. It rippled throughout existence, but it wasn't enough. We weren't enough. We thought we had won, That we had passed a threshold into safety, but something still lingered. The boundary between time and the material plane, it's more fragile than we realized, and so much corruption lies between the cracks. We tried to break it, to find freedom beyond the confines of reality. The key to everything lies not just in victory, but in destruction. We couldn't reach Dirael's blade in time. Malice claimed it before we understood its true significance. In our arrogance, we thought maybe we could do without and still break the world, but its weapon and time itself both must be destroyed for life to truly flourish. I write this in the hopes that someone from the prime reality can learn from our mistakes. Do not let your victory be in vain as ours was. Destroy the weapon, destroy time's hold. May you succeed where we could not. And with that, the note ends abruptly, the final words trailing off into faded blotches of ink.
Yeah, she would like take a moment to like hold that, make sure she's understanding correctly what she's reading, and then she's gonna go find Nalthian, taking Twig and Zevran with her. Assuming he's probably not far though.
No.
Nah, I'm sure he's like, it's weird to see Nalthian surrounded by books, but he's like at a table with like 30 books just piled up around him, and he's just taking notes in his own little journal.
Okay, yeah. She will, as they all approach his table, she'll put the paper down and like basically like relay what it says. So this is what we have to do. I guess past, I assume me, or not past, but other timeline me, left this in a hope that we will find it. I mean, I don't think any other Tatiana would, in other timelines, would get this close, so regardless of who, that's what we need to do. We need to get to the threads, destroy time. I don't know if we can do that with this blade or at the same time, but if we break it, I guess we're free of it. So it doesn't repeat, maybe? It just time flows like a river, maybe then, instead of in a cycle.
Right. You see, Nalthian looks at the letter for a long time. Yeah, this was a theory that I had for a little bit about having to break the cycle. I think you're right. I will say, part of attuning to this blade, if it is destroyed, I will be destroyed with it. He sets the letter down.
What?
Now that I am attuned to this weapon, in order for me to destroy it, it is instantaneous. And it can only be destroyed here, pointing to the note. And in that moment, I only get a moment, if that makes sense.
No, I'm sorry, it doesn't make sense. A moment to what? To get out?
No, I don't think there's getting out, Lila.
What if you broke your attunement to it before destroying the thing? Would that not be something that's possible?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I need to do. Problem is, because of the magic that is in the blade, only a... kind of cringes as he says the words, a Bainir can wield it. Well, so I'm not saying this is a direct solution to our problem or the answer. I'm just being as transparent as I possibly can be. From the beginning of all of this, I knew we would have to break something. Whether that be a literal fucking wheel, or a metaphysical wheel, or cut through some threads, right? Like your note says, now we have the weapon to do that. But if we are destroying threads of time, the fabrics of what make reality reality, it is going to have who knows how big of an effect. And the person who swings the sword, I don't know if there's a lot of wiggle room from the moment of impact, is all I'm saying. That's not a final, that's not a definite, that is not a concrete answer. That is just a theory. And I don't like it any more than any of you do. I'm just being honest. Nalfian looks at Zevran. Any ideas?
I think my one concern is that if Nalfian breaks his attunement to the blade, it means someone could take it. Easily. He wouldn't be tied to him anymore. And in theory, any of the Bonsheen could. They're all of Baenir blood.
Yeah. Try to forget that.
I don't blame you.
But that wouldn't be fair if the only way that reality can survive and continue is if Nalfian can't. That shouldn't be on one person.
We have options.
Yes, this is not the answer. This is not the final answer. Before I was able to focus when I went into trance, I could connect and I could see Dariel's memories. Maybe if I do that again and I spend some time connecting with it, I can find a different solution. I can figure this out. I don't want anyone to think this is the way that we're doing this. I don't want that to be the answer either.
We could... Yes, you should do that, for sure. But there's spells such as, like, Time Stop that we could use. We could... This one's risky, but we could dominate Malice. Use her to... as a pawn, and she's destroyed with the weapon, not you.
As much as I really, really love that idea, I just don't think we're going to be able to do that. There's too many risks in giving her the blade. If we were to, even if we dominated her mind, she'd find a way out of it.
No, I understand. I'm trying to think.
Let me spend some time with the blade and see if I can dig something up. Listen, nobody else is sacrificing themselves anytime soon.
Okay? There's got to be more than one good Baenir out there.
I'm not gonna ask Bianca to sacrifice herself.
Well, no, but maybe there's something that can be done together. I don't know. It's just... Are there others of you?
Can Alfian think back to the wall
Mm-hmm.
before you bronk it?
Yeah. Yeah. You think back, and in terms of the line of questioning you guys are going down now, the only two that are still alive are Bianca and you. There were others, like the individual that left behind the clues about Malice's phylactery, and Elendar himself, you know, one of Malice's sons, who started the Damaris Kingdom.
Bianca's dad.
Yeah. Bianca's dad? Yeah. Yeah.
Imagine sending him. That's fucked.
Okay,
So-
but I don't know. I feel like that idea is kind of cute, though.
It is kind of cute, low key.
Regardless, all of you have a lot to think about, and there are probably elements of this conversation that would be best discussed with Yorick as well.
Yeah.
You have information that you've collected from the Odaran camel caravan, and you know that the moon is beginning to fall and sun is beginning to rise. The libraries themselves begin to grow ethereal and begin to fade from this reality. Now, in this moment, is there anything any of you want to leave behind, whether it be a quick letter, a quick writing, something in this library in this moment?
Ooh, yes. Lila would leave behind information about Nabir Tarman and what he's done, and everything. Probably something pre-written, not like she's already.
No, yeah, of course. Like going there, you would have that. Yeah, if any of you have anything you would have wanted to, like even if Yorick had something, he could give it to one of you guys. And so if there's anything that the four of you wanted to leave behind, go for it. I'll take it, and it will become an addition of the library. The monkeys will organize it.
Oh, that's so cool. Yes, the Nabir Tarman debacle being like utilizing the dark energy to destroy the world. Yes, that God hates us or hated us. We killed him. That's going in the library.
Okay.
I think this isn't something that Twiggo would pre-scripted, but I think especially as they're kind of like having that conversation, it would only be something short, but she'd want to like quickly write down something to the effect of like, like a remembrance of, or I guess remembrance sound bad, he's not dead. Celebrate, I don't know. A thing about Nalfian, just that, especially that he was there, that he was a good knight, that he was like a good father. Just so that will eternally be remembered no matter what happens,
Yeah. All right.
Well, let me stop. Nalfian would also, well, in tangent with that, he wanted to leave like his rough draft / notes that he had for his tenants that he was making, and he will sign his name on that.
Nice. Give it the John Hancock. Nalfian.
Yeah.
Nalfian have a middle name.
His signature. No, he doesn't. I was gonna make a funny joke. Yeah, his signature's really big.
Okay. All right.
Scribble.
And with that, you guys leave that behind. Did Yorick want to send anything with them to be left behind?
Nah.
Okay.
Of course, time's gonna move as it is. Some things are forgotten, and that's okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Yorick was here.
Yorick was just in a little wooden statue that he put.
It's like Yorick was here, and then right next to it, I'm Yorick. It's like a statue of him.
Yorick literally goes to the library just to shitpost. Like that's what Yorick does.
Send
you turn the page, it's just.
That's so funny.
Oh God.
All the camels in the background.
All right.
Weird guy.
So, with that, your journey in Odero and the library comes to an end as you all leave that land behind, the information you've gathered, and you head back to Oak Cairn Keep. Now, as we get here, we are going to take a quick break before we move forward into any of the rest of the downtime stuff. And I do think that we'll probably end probably pretty close to on time, actually, with everything's going on. It just depends on how much of one event, how long it takes. We'll just see. I know it won't take very long, but it'd be funny if it did. Yeah.
In light of what just happened, Nalfi has one more thing I'm going to talk to you about.
That makes sense. That is quite a bit of an addition, and we'll have that conversation offline. Okay.
All right. Okay.
All right. We will be right back in let's say 7 minutes. So at 40 your time. All right.
To finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is 1 town, 1 place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I could guarantee Henry would be okay, I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage.
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man, woman, and child in this country is innocent.
Now it's left to me to deal with him. You can't. If you try to interfere, this becomes a much simpler matter. I will kill your wife. I will kill your son.
But for now, we're going to look at a slightly different system that doesn't just affect the moment of death, but the moments before death. Something that makes combat more grounded, horror more horrifying, and sacrifices all the more heroic. Picture a movie fight scene between a hero and villain. They're clashing blades, dancing back and forth, parrying, dodging, blocking, keeping up with each other's advances, surprising each other with new techniques and strategies, until finally, one of them lands a devastating blow. It's not just a graze on the arm, it's not just a smack on the chest. It's 0 HP. When using the point of no return system, we want to draw attention to this moment of the fight, to make that hit extra cinematic and weighted and affect the decisions that your players are going to make when they are given that critical choice of staying down or getting up.
Wait a minute! Who are you?
So with that, let's go ahead and dive into our first build, the level 5 Blighted Warden.
In the shadowed underbrush of the ancient forest, where the line between decay and growth blurs, the Blighted Warden moves unseen, a spectral guardian at the crossroads of life and death, melding the Gloomstalker's mastery of darkness with the Circle of Spores' eerie command over fungal life. They are the embodiment of nature's unchecked, wild ferocity. With each arrow knocked from their twisted, spore-infested bow, they strike with the precision of night and the inevitable spread of decay. A silent protector of the natural order's darker, untamed side.
So there we go. There's our thematic intro.
I have to finish the story.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard? Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why not, you stupid bastard?
He's gay, but he has a special connection to classical music. There's many things that are interesting about him.
In Avatar: The Last Airbender, it is done so well. But here's the thing. It grows to be more in depth. The spirit world becomes a thing, and it grows even more in depth after that. More layers get added on more layers, right? Not everybody in the Earth Kingdom is good. Not everybody in the Water Tribes. They're not all underpowered, right? Because the Northern Water Tribe is so strong. And not everybody in the Fire Nation is evil. The layers continue to be added the longer the story goes on. In your campaign, do that. Most people have a hard time starting a campaign because they don't know where to start. They think they need 7 kingdoms, hundreds of houses, thousands of NPCs. No! Stop! You don't need that. What you need is 1 town, 1 place, 4 or 5 NPCs, and an inciting incident.
What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. And you take these shortcuts and you think suddenly you're my peer? You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh? I committed my life to this.
Every day I wake up and I hope you're dead. Dead like if I can guarantee Henry would be okay, I'd hope you get an illness and then get hit by a car and die.
In this video, we're going to talk about secondary objectives, a way to make your combat encounters spicy, delicious, fantastic. Secondary objectives enhance combat in D&D to an exponential degree. Let's go ahead and dive into number 10. Rescue missions. Task your players with rescuing an NPC or retrieving an item during combat. It will help add layers of urgency and potentially even a moral dilemma. My favorite example of this is instead of sending the players to kill the goblin camp that may raid the village, right? That's a consequence. Sometimes that's good enough. The goblins abducted the blacksmith. And now they need to save the blacksmith and kill the goblins. It's a secondary objective that spices things up.
You people should be thanking Christ that I am who and what I am because you need me. You need me to save you. You do. I am the only one who possibly can. You're not the real heroes. I'm the real hero.
Holy, look at all this damage.
Where? Where? Where, Dwight?
Seems like you already know where.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do, and so do I. I believe that until proven guilty, every man...
We're back. Let's dig in to the session. Picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers had split up into two groups. Yorick heading off into the Gemstone Archipelago to look for and hunt after anyone of the Forsaken, specifically that of Mirka. That was whose trail he was hot on. While the other three of the party members, plus an NPC companion, Zevran, they traveled to Odero to look for, or Calderaz, the continent of Calderaz, searching for the camel libraries that existed there. These multi-planar, multi-reality moving libraries that held information not just from our realm, but from many others, even those that had fallen in the past. They were able to find a great deal of information that was helpful for maintaining the rift that now exists in Talamir, information that helped Nalfian in the writing of his book about what it means to be a knight for him, based off his experiences. And a letter from a Tatiana, presumed to be Lila herself from a different reality, seemingly a branching path that, as far as you can surmise, Lila, was created because of your actions in this world, as the whole point was nobody else had ever gotten as far as you all did. Now, several months later, after the breaking, you find a letter that says that somebody else did. Your impact as a collective for all of you is much greater and much wider than your characters could even comprehend. Shaping and creating realities, giving other places a chance, just because you fight for your reality. Most are still doomed, but you give them a chance. If you succeed, they succeed. And to think, for a long time, you all thought you were the last one, but it seems as though you all have the power to create more just by existing. So, you all left. As sun was rising, you had to get out of there, else you would have been trapped in the Camel Library forever. No bueno, for sure. You also realized that when you were there were no people in there. There were no other individuals. If people do get trapped, what happens to them? And then you think about all the monkey servants that were there. And you think, it's a good thing we got out of there. As you exit, return back to the Beetle Riders and teleport back to Oak Cairn. So, with that, our companions here in Oak Cairn, I actually do need to change this. Okay. We're actually going to cut back to Yorick. Now, Yorick, you end up taking another small brick within the gemstone. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so burpy right now.
You good, homie.
I'm just trying to be considerate. I don't want to do that in your guys' ears, you know?
Appreciate it.
Yeah. You are in the gemstone still. You can hear the sound of dinosaurs and large insects in the distance. outside of the city that you currently sit within. But you had been called to this.
Seen a dinosaur before? I'm just curious.
You've seen quite a few now, and Yorick has killed quite a few now as they attacked him first.
No, they're so cool. Damn it.
They are, but the feathery beasts they didn't relax. But you do you end up being called to this place by Glacia, as she had reached out to you, wanting to talk to you, and most importantly, wanting to talk to Aventahala. And Glacia wanted you there. Strangely enough. Aventahala also agreed to be there. So in this small village in the middle of the world, within the Gemstone Archipelago, the three converge. And Yorick, the conversation is tense at first. I mean, obviously. They don't say much to each other. There are a few questions initially about why Aventahala did what she did, why there wasn't more effort made. And Aventahala responds earnestly and honestly, saying that for a great majority, she didn't know. Asmodeus kept that from her. And it seems as though he used that as a tool to poison her in Glacia's mind. Initially, Glacia doesn't believe her and starts to get a little bit more angry. You can see some of those dark green hues of her skin begin to return, the fire in her eyes. And at that moment, there's an opportunity for Yorick to kind of be a mediator and try and relax a bit. Do you think he would do that?
100%, yeah. I mean, especially devils of any kind getting into a heated argument when there's like civilians close by, we're gonna avoid that. But also, he's more personally invested in this one in particular.
Yeah. And you do. You mediate. You take Glacia off to the side, and it's very strange to be mediating somebody that just, I guess, about maybe a little bit more than a year ago, you were ready to kill. And now here you are trying to help her work through her trauma with her mother, to boil it down to a very basic human thing. And you can see she breathes, and her time in Macavia has helped her find some humanity, some kindness. So she takes a breath, and she returns to the table. And the conversation from there proceeds calmly. There are still points where Aventahala or Glacia both become frustrated, but they talk. And you can tell there's still a lot of healing that needs to be done between these two. They need more distance from each other. But a bridge has been built in this moment, in this conversation. And you know that it wouldn't have happened had you not done everything in your power to make sure Aventahala could return to this form, and Glacia could be given some semblance of a second chance. Even if that came, a few minutes before the end of it. But there's a bridge built. Now, with these two here, you can see their conversation is beginning to wind down, and your job as a mediator is done. Whatever they need to do, they can do. They can do on their own, and they can do with each other. My question is there anything Yorick in particular wanted to ask or talk to these two about while he has both in the same spot?
How's Elendar and the Feywild doing? Because obviously the last time we were there wasn't great, so now that it's been a year, obviously Aventahala is alive right now, but what's the current state of the Feywild and its residents?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Aventahala would say, luckily we've received word of a rift beginning to open near Lysanorith. And it seems as though when that's done, many of the people still left will be able to escape. If whoever's creating the rift will allow us. But someone's doing it intentionally to try and help them. Many have died, sadly. Only a few council members remain. And my sister and I have done what we can to reconcile, to regain lost time, but she will not leave her lover behind. And he will not leave her behind. She's bound to that tree now. He may try to take a sapling to try and invest her spirit in it, but if that doesn't work, he would rather perish with her than live without her again.
Love is a powerful thing, that.
It is.
Can't say I blame him, though. What about you?
Well, I have enjoyed my time in Macavia quite a bit. I think that when things start to look rough, I will return there to make sure that your friends and family, your people are safe, but I'll tell you what, I do like this gemstone. This is quite nice. The weather, it reminds me of the hells, hot and sweltering.
Yeah, I can see it. Might get a little vacation home here.
Well, then perhaps with some of the funds I did take from the stores of Mount Bulgi, I hope that Eurydice doesn't mind. Tell me wherever you decide to settle down or get this vacation home, and maybe I'll decide to stay close.
Still worried about me after all this time?
No. I just like the idea of being near someone I think I can... You see, she... Trust. Ugh.
Okay, you didn't need to make it that hurtful when you said it.
It was hard to say, I'm sorry.
Okay, we've been through like a lot now.
I know, so let's please not make this any more painful than what it needs to be, Yorick.
Okay.
You can still see some of that archdevil is still in there, and it'll probably take a long time to get out.
Well. And they're still together, right? Eventahala hasn't left.
Yeah, they're both still here.
When things get more serious, you two are just gonna buckle down wherever you are and just defend the people that are there.
They both nod. Eventahala says, I'll be spending most of my time trying to make sure those leaving the Feywild are safe wherever they end up. And Glacia says, and I'll make sure that that House Nassine is safe in your absence, Yorick.
And then I know that we've kind of jumped a little bit back and forth in the timeline with Yorick, but I mean, he's like pretty sure that Mirka is here, right? At this point, or does he not know that yet?
He was here for sure, but you are not sure if he still is. That's where your investigation has gotten to.
Got it. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if you two are busy, but I'm currently on the trail of one of the Forsaken that I believe is here. Would love to take a shot at getting rid of one of them before things get too hectic, but if you two need to go, I understand.
They both agree to help for as long as they can.
Sweet. And then it's been... How much of downtime has passed now? Like a year and a half or a year?
It is... Yep, it's about... it's been a little bit more than a year.
How has Yorick felt in terms of the missing piece? Like, has that been kind of clawing at him more? Has he... What are kind of the side effects now that it's been that long?
Some days are easier than others. Some days are really hard. You feel apathetic to the world. I mean, it honestly, what it really feels like is chronic depression. Where where some days it's hard to even get out of bed. You know, even on this hunt, you've had days where you just kind of stay there and you feel like you're languishing. And other days you feel fine. You feel like you're good. But it just... Some days it's so oppressive. And sometimes it's not.
And have they been getting more frequent as of late?
No.
No. Okay. And Yorick's on a good run right now before he goes after Mirka? Like, things have been okay for him lately? Okay.
Yeah, this conversation was energizing you a lot, and you felt a lot of purpose coming to this, so you felt good about it.
Yes. Cool. All right. But yeah, otherwise he just wanted to check in and see how they were doing and kind of what their plans were. So other than filling them in on kind of what the rest of us got going on and what we're doing, like, I think he's pretty okay to head out again after Mirka if they're ready to go.
Okay. They are, and with that, Yorick, a bond reforged. Not a contract signed like what all of the Hells was, but this is a genuine connection between a creature from the Hells that truly, for all of her life, knew nothing more than malice and anger and violence and scheming, and someone that knew something more, but was twisted and malformed to be that. You bring those two individuals back together. You reforge a bond, and you can feel something within you grow stronger. The armor. It feeds off of this energy, off of this connection. And it's not that you dominated devils that strengthened it. It's that you truthfully helped someone to become something greater than what they could have been, and a devil nonetheless. As the armor grows to be exalted. Congratulations, Warwick.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And I will edit that after the session. I didn't bother editing it before the session. You guys are gonna have combat this session, so I figured it'd be okay.
Mirka, what do you mean?
Well, yeah, exactly. So what? It's Aventahala, Glacia, and York, and you think I need to roll initiative for that?
Yeah, fair enough. Beat his ass.
Listen to your bitch. Okay. So the meeting goes great, and you head back to your hunt, Yorick. And what exactly that turns up, well, we'll have to come back and see what that is later. As now, we go to the 7th of Greengrass, which is the 7th of May. So we were just on the 19th of April. I realized I hadn't been saying some of the dates here. But the 21st of March was the Crimson Lily meeting. The 10th of April, or Stormtide, was the Odarin Library. The 19th of April, or Stormtide, was Yorick's meeting with Aventahala and Glacia. And now the 7th of May, with all of you back in Oak Cairn. Let's get rid of those dinosaur noises. No dinos here.
Dinos and oak carn.
I know.
I mean, there could be. You're going hard.
Oh God.
York would absolutely. Bring
Hey
dinosaur
Twig, look what I got you.
100% he would.
Hell yeah.
I see no downside.
Honestly, like.
York, you can't introduce apex predators to this type of place, but they're dinosaurs.
Nah, Talamir is just gonna be like a little hodgepodge of everything. Like, your face shit, you got Arcans now. Dinosaurs, why not?
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
I was thinking it.
Except it's just two like freshly born dinosaurs, so it's just like that shitty recorder one.
Perfect.
The harmonica one.
Yeah, the harmonica one. Yeah. Oh man.
I will never not laugh at that.
Oh my
It's
God.
one of my favorite memes.
Twig's dinosaurs look like the ones from No Man's Sky.
Oh no.
Ew.
Okay. So we come back to Oakcarn Keep. Now, Nalfian, ever since you all had returned, you had been doing your best to help Twig in anything and everything she needed. And you've also been very busy with the training of this new order of knights. Now, there are many that have come to the doors of House Forrester looking to be accepted. Knights from other lands, from across the sea, from all over the world have come to study under Sir Nalfian Forrester and to serve Lady Twig Forrester. They feel pride and conviction in being able to serve such a noble cause, and so a lot of them are willing to not abandon, but leave behind their lives across the world to come here to all of you, to help keep Oakcarn safe, to fight for House Forrester against the Shadow. Now, there will need to be a knighting ceremony for all of these knights. There's about 750 people that come to become a knight of House Forrester, to become this like elite fighting force. There are many others that come that don't have any type of like true real claims for like noble lineage or even the skill to be a knight. But other people just volunteer. They join the cities, they join the militias, they join as foot soldiers, where Talamir is exploding. But right now is when the planning needs to start for that festival where all of these people will be knighted. So to Twig and Nalfian, obviously this is something shared between the two of you. Twig, you need to knight them all, but Nalfian, you're knight commander. They will be in service to you directly underneath Twig. So what is that knighting ceremony going to look like, and what are your sort of criteria of where it's going to be, and like I said, what do you want it to look like?
Can I just clarify? So 750 knights, not just like 750 like, you know, militia people, and then like the top few will be knights.
No, 750 people have come with skills and qualifications to be knights of House Forrester.
Damn, we fucking racking
That's
up.
a lot of knights.
We about to be best house. Watch out, world. We're taking over. I mean, go ahead, Gemma.
No, I was about to say, I mean, I'm very happy for you to take the reins.
Well, I was just gonna say, for at least the way that like Nalfian would envision it. Just eating a Slim Jim. This is funny. Just take a bite.
I'm hungry.
Like, all of those people. This is like in my brain, like how the steps would go. Like they would all come in, and Nalfian would have like kind of like an opening ceremony, right? Like where he would basically give the foundation of this, you know, what all this is going to be, and I might say all of this just because like this is literally the foreword I wrote for his book, so we'll get to that in a second. So like that's step one, is the opening ceremony, I guess, where you're introduced and you're like given the task of this is what it is. If you're willing to do it, now's your chance to say yes. If not, there's the door. And then I'm assuming that'll probably slim some people out after, thin some people out after Nelfian says what he has to say. And then I think from there, whatever time is left, you know, I feel like there'd be like a solid couple months of training. And then at the end of those like 3 months of training, that's when Twig does like the actual official knighting ceremony. Like they have to pass a test essentially at the end to be official. And I feel like by that point we'll also have thinned out some numbers too. Yeah. I'm not trying to get rid of numbers. I'm just trying to think like logically, like there are some people who are not going to vibe with Nelfian's ideals, and then definitely not vibe with Twig's way of doing things. And then by the time the training's over, there's going to be some people who just won't make it. So, and then Twig will knight them. Are you okay with that, Gemma?
Yeah.
Doop.
My only one addition is like, especially in the later stages, you know, Twig is trusting Nelfian to like cut out most of like, you know, the peeps that we don't want.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how it's gonna transpire, but I want like Twig to have one little test. And it's simply gonna be a thing of just like, there's gonna be some kind of bug. Like, I think it will like vary like, you know, across, but you know, just like if it's like a little like caterpillar or something, or like a little beetle or something, something small and natural like that is going to like, at each point, once it's like, you know, the final selection, kind of be present on one of the knights, like crawling up their arm or something like that. Something where it'd be bothering them. And, you know, it's just gonna be a thing of just like how they treat something small like that, you know. Something that doesn't need to be harmed. Like, will they just like move it aside, let it be, whatever, or will they swat it? Those that swat it out.
Yeah. No, I like it. That's pretty awesome.
Just like a little thing for like, you know, that final selection.
Yeah. 1000%.
How they treat the little guys, you know?
Nah, I think that's literally the essence of everything, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I have like a thing for that I wrote from Nelfian's book that I'll read.
Yeah, we can get to that at the actual knighting ceremony.
Oh, well, this would be something that would happen. This is the opening.
Okay.
Is what he would do.
Okay.
Because the actual knighting ceremony, I feel like he'd leave that. That's Twig.
All Twig. Okay.
You know, he might say a couple things, but like that's.
All right.
She's the one who says yes or no at the end of the day. Like Nelfian's like, you're cool at all. Yeah, like he's like the first pass, but like Twig is the end all be all pass. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like probably where, you know, her little bug test would come.
Okay. Nice. So, we'll go ahead and do that just real quick here. So
yeah, because like, sorry, I just think that for Nelfian, it's important to let people know what they're signing up for before they get into the thick of it.
No, that makes total sense. So, Nelfian, we're going to cut to a few days after that conversation, where you and Twig have decided the trials, the tests, the training, everything that's going to happen and how it's going to shape up. And eventually the day comes where outside of the reaches of Oak Cairn Keep, the people gather. 750 individuals that are, you know, trying their hand to become a part of House Forrester, to serve under Sir Nelfian and under Lady Twig. And Nelfian, you step forward on this large sort of rocky outcropping, you and Twig together. As you do, the people in the crowd quiet. As you see this huge crowd here to become a part of what you're starting. As you hear all these individuals wearing armor and weapons and colors and clothing from different cultures from around the world. The vast majority belonging to that of the people of Eridane, but still a sizable chunk from other places that Nalfian's never even been to. They stand before you, waiting with bated breath for what you'll say. So, floor is yours, Nalfian.
Yeah, I think once everybody kind of quiets down, he'll step forward and he'll just addressing each of them. Like, he's trying very hard to make, there's so many, but he's trying very hard to make it seem as though he's talking to each person directly. And he'll say, love, courage, and compassion. To be a knight is to armor yourself with these and to hone the understanding that not all battles are won with a blade. Many are with the heart. For years, I have often asked myself what it truly means to be a knight. What separates a man from a soldier to a knight? Is it prestige, the honor, skill with a weapon? Perhaps a list of good deeds or a number of tournaments won? Does the world know your name, or do your foes tremble in fear just from the sound? I have been lucky to travel across Illica and study these extensive histories of knights all across the land. From the duty-bound Tarkirian knights, the order-driven knights of the sea in Raven Rock, the loyalty of those to the Green Lady, and to all the independent houses across Illica whose brave souls swear to protect and serve. And yes, even that of the cruel and devastating strategies of the Drow houses from the Underdark. From that research and study and personal experience, I've collected what I deem to be the most crucial and key to constructing the foundation of a knight. The foundation. Because the real work is done by oneself. Through these next few months, I can give you strong words, inspiring stories, stringent rules, but it is your action that builds a true knight. To be a knight isn't about the external. It is an introspective journey where the greatest battle is with yourself. Casting aside selfishness, greed, and pride. But most importantly, understanding what and who you are fighting for. Don't worry, there will be an extensive course on proper combat skills and strategy later, but this is not the type of battle I'm referring to. Before we begin today, each of you need to ask yourself, who am I fighting for? This journey is a challenge, but it is through failure that we accomplish great things. Yes, to be a great knight is to fail. To be a great knight is to understand your shortcomings and better yourself. To be a great knight is to sharpen every skill and to open your heart. And if you think this makes you weak, well, you've already lost sight on the journey and you should leave now. There's great strength and love, do not forget that. One last note before we begin. Knighthood is not an unattainable dream. No matter who you are or what life you have lived before today. Becoming a knight is dependent upon you and you alone. Anyone who is willing can make this journey. Are you willing? And Nalfian will step down, and he will start taking names for anybody who is willing to step forward.
Yeah. Well, Nalfian, as you begin to step down, in the audience, this group of individuals, you have obviously struck a chord with many of the individuals here. As you do, they begin chanting. The Knight of Thorns! The Knight of Thorns! The Knight of Thorns! Chanting for you. As you approach They continue to chant your name for a time, and there are some individuals that do fall back away from the crowd, choosing not to sign. Maybe what you said didn't strike a chord with them, or maybe they don't agree with what you said knighthood is. So 750 dwindles down to 700 after your opening remarks. But you collect 700 names ready to serve and learn under the Knight of Thorns, Knight of the Green Lady, Sir Nalfian Forrester. All right.
Yay.
So,
Fuck those 50.
yeah, fuck those guys. But as you begin to train, well, Twig, you have a little bit of politicking to do, because you know that on this day, actually, there is an individual from a far off land that is coming to visit. As we go to the exterior of Oak Cairn Keep, arriving from the far off northern lands of not Bella Clara anymore. Oh, shit.
Leah.
Leah, yes.
I'm
knew that.
assuming you're talking about Bianca. I just
Yes.
assumed. Watching,
Yeah,
that'd
no.
be really embarrassing if you were like, no.
Odin
from
arrives.
Arashi.
It's
It's Suna.
So from Leah now, which you had heard through the grapevine, that the name, that the land of Bella Clara had been renamed to Leah, as arriving queen of that land, here to have some political politicking, to have a conversation with you. Bianca Damaras, queen of Leah, arrives. So
What a cool lady.
the conversation is had between the two of you about the boring stuff, promises of, treaties and trade deals that are both going to be healthy for your kingdoms. It's a little harder because you're so far away from each other. But what you can make work, you do. Unless there was anything in particular the two of you wanted to role play.
I mean, I guess it doesn't really have to be role played, but yeah, she basically wanted to just kind of build up the connections. I was like, we could talk about everything we learned. She was gonna would Bianca know about Suni talking about Elowin's child in the Feywild in the city?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, she would tell Twig that. She was going to talk with Nalfian too if it came around to.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is if there's nothing like that solely was Bianca and Twig, eventually, after a hard day training, Nalfian does arrive, hearing that his cousin, yeah. Niece. No, it's niece. It is niece, because Alindar is your brother, technically, and Bianca is her great. So you're like niece.
Did Alindar travel with Bianca? That'd be really funny.
Well, he's dead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking my dad. Oh my god, that's really funny.
Well, yeah,
he's dead, Jim.
Ildon's her dad.
Ildon, yeah. It's like, what are you talking
That's
about?
really funny. I'm not keeping all these drow names straight, so.
Oh, what, all drow names sound the same?
Yeah,
all
you
my
know
drow-
what?
all
They
my-
all sound funny.
all my drow names sound the same.
I came up with Ildon though,
Oh, that's
so
right.
that's on me. I was like,
Yeah, how could you have
okay.
done something so silly?
How
All
could
right,
you
so
done this?
Ildon does arrive, and
Oh, man.
yeah, he's oh my god, what would he be? We can figure this out later. It doesn't matter right now.
I guess. Never mind. You're right.
Because it's so complicated, because Malice is one old bitch. Fun fact though, Nalfian, you do obviously, you do recognize something intrinsically in him as you talk to him, where it seems like Ildon could potentially learn the ways of the Echo Knight. He has the Banir blood within him. So that is something that he could learn to do if you were to teach it to him.
I'm not gonna kill this guy.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying.
I know, but like,
that's his wife. It'd be
what
cute.
He lost his wife. Wait, something you guys can bond on.
Hey.
Oh,
Your
man.
wife's dead. My wife's dead.
Hey,
Crazy.
my wife also has a gravestone with a stone thing.
Wow. Original.
Maybe you won't bond over that.
We're not gonna bond over that one. I'm not gonna bring that up. I mean, if he wants to learn, sure. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you're staying in town for.
Well, he might stay a little bit longer if he can learn that. He's interested.
I mean, hop in. We're in the middle of training right now. Just pick up a sword and meet you out there.
He shows up to become a knight.
I mean, Bro's already a good fighter, so like, you know, I think he can pick it up quick.
He's in the advanced class.
He's in the class with Danny and Tiberius.
Oh my gosh.
I love to think Danny and
Why
Tiberius
am
are the
I
one
here?
teaching certain classes, which is really fucking funny to me.
I love that.
All right. Listen up. Listen good, or you're out, okay?
That's the true test. Surviving
This next
Danny.
move is called a riposta, right? Riposta.
Fucking great.
All right, this next one is called a DDT. All right, how many of you know it? Okay.
Oh my god.
The important part about being a knight is willing to withstand garbage, all right? So what you're going to do is I've prepared platters of trash that I want all of you to eat. It's to build up your constitution.
At this point.
Oh my god.
I'm choking on my tea.
Anyway, politicking is had. Family reunions are had. Nalfian, you finally meet another Baynir descendant that is not absolute dog water. And the family reunion is nice. You eat cucumber sandwiches and enjoy each other's
Cute.
company.
Hell yeah.
I will say, Nalfian, you recognize Lys Leah. The term is Underdark for harmony. So,
Aww.
yeah.
Fucking love.
But I think, like I said, we don't have to replay it. But like Bianca just wanted to, kind of touch base. Too bad Yorick's not here. She was going to give him a side eye. Oh, she would. You know what? Maybe we could roleplay it because she is curious about what happened in the Hells. It's kind of stuff that we all know, so it's kind of rehashing.
That devil sympathizer finally died.
Yeah, literally, she's like, what did you guys end up doing? Because, like, I will let y'all know, if she learns that Aventa Hollow is left alive, she might judge smidgen.
Oh, I can't wait to tell you about Glossia.
So,
I mean, Nalfian would be pretty straightforward and honest. He's got nothing to hide. He's got no qualms. This is family. We tell family everything.
True.
Man, I didn't share your shit with the witness.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, well, just
No,
kidding.
I specifically
We can leave that part out.
out.
We'll leave that part out.
No, I'm kidding. I don't care. It's Felicity.
Man, fuck off. Okay, Nalfian tells her everything.
Fucking whip.
Okay. Well, Bianca, I imagine with these cucumber sandwiches and oat cars, she just like sets it down and she's like, you guys did all of that to let the devil run around the material plane?
Yes. It sounds worse when you say it like that. But this was, I mean, a Yorick call, and I trust Yorick with my life.
That's good.
And she did help us in that battle.
I do remember that.
And I
So-
believe if she had the opportunity with the Rod of Power, or whatever the hell that was, she had so many opportunities to take it and to turn on us. Why not hit us when we are at our most vulnerable?
I mean, she is, I guess, a half-devil, so maybe it's not entirely in her nature to plot and scheme, because my initial gut reaction is that she knew she was going to lose now and will wait until she can get on her feet again, figure something out. But I trust you guys. I don't know Yorick as well at all, actually, but you trust him, and
I do. And I think I would like to think she knows better now than to test the waters with us. I mean, she saw firsthand what we were capable of doing. And I think without hesitation, any of us would make sure she doesn't get a second chance.
Mm.
It'll be alright. You have my word.
You can see that she had some follow-ups, but she's like, we need to pick our battles. And
I see stubbornness runs in the family. And so does that look.
That's really funny. She will just kind of like give a slight chuckle and say, this is nice. Actually seeing, meeting some of my dad's side of officially being able to sit down and meet and talk with my dad's side, and I don't know, just didn't feel as connected about everything. And I think it's so funny. You get here and then you're like, well, I had so many things to talk about, and now I can't think of a single one. Because yeah, with Twig, she wanted to make sure Twig could also get the connection from Suna too. So kind of making probably promises to, help each other out after everything's over. And then does Nalfian and them bring up their plan with the threads? Because she would talk about their plans with the vault.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to be in the know on this. It definitely feels like these things need to happen, not as close to simultaneously as possible, but in tandem with one another, so he would definitely bring it up. I mean, he'd be cautious about, and maybe let Lila explain the letter that she found.
Yeah.
But he would encourage her to tell about it, I think at this point, SC and Isles need to be on the same page as much as possible.
Yeah, and Bianca would say that we have... Now, Gemma, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure Carasilla with the dagger, Cecily is training as well with some thread stuff, and I think Suni had a thing with the vault too, a cleansing thing. Weren't you three kind of our powers combined going to fix the vault, or am I misremembering? Is it mostly just the dagger itself?
I mean, I feel like we don't really know. I think that's the thing.
Okay.
I think, yeah, we know those elements are probably going to be involved, but I don't think we know anything. Same kind of place Isles is, I guess, with how the whole sword thing's going to go,
Yeah, so she'll tell that. So trying to give more detail there for the people who don't know. Carasilla has a dagger that we got that should be able to cleanse. Actually, I don't
think we know.
Yeah.
Somehow. That's all we got.
Is connected. It should be able to cleanse. Suni, his thing is cleansing rot as well. He was and that's the whole LON thing that she would tell Twig. And what was the other one? Oh, Cecily's learning how to, kind of similar to Nalfian with the threads, but more in a weave way, the threads of the weave, and restructuring that rather than time. So that's our plans with the vault itself.
That gives me ideas and questions for Joe, actually. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What your message, Joe?
And then, I mean, yeah, besides filling Nalfian in on some more Baynir stuff that she learned, that Carasilla learned and told her and everything, I don't think there was anything else necessarily that I had. Did anyone else have anything?
No.
I don't think so.
I mean, my main goal here was just family vibes, and just making sure that everything's going away between parties. But I think that's basically it.
What color are Bianca's eyes?
They're the burgundy color.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know. Nalfian was just curious because he's looking at her. He's just looking at her. That sounds weird.
Staring at her.
Yeah, I would say
All the females in his family want to murder him, so it's nice to not have that.
She would tell him all about like Damaris Keep and that, you know, since it's so tied to like the freedom of like a section of like Vanir family members. Obviously, they're already welcome here because of the connection with Twig, but like if Nalfian ever wants to, I know he's kind of made peace with things, but like if he wants to see something of Vanir that's not bad in his kind of like cleanse, he's welcome to come. And she would like, I don't know, like it's a family thing where it's just like she'd be kind of like happy to share what's going on and everything with the kingdom.
He would love to go sometime.
No.
Yeah.
Family reunion.
Yes.
Without my
Family tradition.
You just can't die, you know?
Yeah. Working on that.
Okay. There we go. So, we will move on from there. Bianca, you eventually need to head back to
Yes. Politicking.
Damaris Keep, Damaris City, in an effort to keep things organized there. As judging from what's been going on the past few months, if you're not there, you're going to come back and there's going to be a stack of papers about yay high of signatures and validations needed. So, with that, we will go ahead and move on actually to another Nalfian thing here.
What a popular guy.
Because Nalfian,
Off the stage.
you take a detour from your trainings and you head to Traverse.
Wait, before he does that, can
For sure.
he like the night before he's going to travel, can he try to like when he first attuned to the sword, he was able to like see the memories. Is he able to like do that again? But like I don't know, push deeper. Like I don't know, he's trying to gain a deeper understanding of this weapon. Like obviously meta gamey game, the information is very clear on the sword. But like in a sense that Nalfian completely understands. There's no other like I don't know, he's just trying to ascertain, is there time to like could he throw the sword at something and, you know, tuck and roll. I don't know. Does that make sense? He's just trying to get a better understanding as the character of like what all. Yeah, I'm really bad at explaining today.
No, you're good. I totally get what you're saying right now.
I'll keep droning unless you stop me. So
no, it's okay. So one thing I'm looking for here. Sorry.
No,
You know what? Kalila brings something up before he dives into this tonight. I just thought of it right now. Not to always put Echo Nalf in the shit situations, but he's become kind of corporeal before. And so I think Lila would also ask, is it possible to like train hard enough to get Echo Nalf to be corporeal enough that he wields the sword instead of this Nalfian? It's Echo Nalfian?
No, you're fucking great.
Like that.
He's done that before. Joe has allowed me to basically split Nalfian's HP in half and give half of it to Echo Nalf, which makes him more like there.
It's the Bonsheen ability, basically, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
And you're like only half dead at that point, you know? Upgrades.
Yeah. Listen, we might have just found a fucking loophole.
So yeah, Lila will be like, wait a second, remember this? And Nalfian's gonna be like, oh yeah, I did that.
But
Great.
question, Joe, is... Yeah, but like, Is Nalfian is the blade attuned to Nalfian and Echo Nalfian, or just Nalfian? Because Nalfian is Echo Nalf. They're the same guy.
Yeah, Echo Nalf. I mean, when you create a copy, he has your same weapons, your same abilities,
Yeah.
your same everything. Mm-hmm.
Listen.
Yo.
Listen.
Feeling pretty
Felicity.
good right now.
Fucking booyah. Okay, anyway. That makes me feel a hell of a lot better. I'm still nervy. But yeah. But I would still like to see if I get any more info from the blade.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, Nalfian might also talk to Ekonov about that too.
That night, you dig deeper into the blade. You truly meditate on it, and you try and peer deep within the folds of fabric that create this item. And you see, having the mastery of temporal magic that you do, you see the blade's origin. When it was first given to Dirael, or no, not given to him. Dirael was created with the blade. They were created at the same time, bound together by one of those titans. The 4 supremely powerful beings currently locked away in the deepest recesses of the abyss in Tartarus. Specifically, the Titan of Time, Kronos, created this tool and created an architect, so to speak, in Dirael. An individual who could use the tool to change, to mend, to destroy bits and pieces of the threads of time should it have been necessary. And then after the creation of the blade, Kronos was locked away. Now, the exact process, you're viewing a memory in this moment. So it's hard to pin down the specifics. But from what you can gather, there is a way to mend threads, to break them, to entirely remove them. It just seems like it's something that you have to be there to do. And it seems like Dirael, the first few times he did it, it just clicked for him. It wasn't a challenge, or it didn't require focus. He just effortlessly did it when he was there. But seeing how he moves within it, it doesn't have any rhyme or reason to it.
So he's done this before?
He
As
has
in, like, mended and sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has mended threads, he has removed threads, he's broken them. But he has never, as it says on the item, he never destroyed the heart, because obviously it's still there. And that's the thing, is in order to destroy the blade, it has to be impacted into the heart of the threads of time.
Okay. Is that all I get?
Yeah, at about that, in terms of what you're looking for,
Yeah.
that's all you get. The rest of it is just his, where Kronos sent him down deep into the Underdark, because that was the only place that Dirael could escape to. And then Dirael took the form of a drow.
Yeah.
Because that was the humanoid creatures that would welcome him. And then he rose in the ranks that way.
Okay. After this, he would bring out Echo Nalf. And he would say, okay, You know, it's one thing when we're in combat and something goes one way and you're attacked and then, you know, Nalfian snaps. Gone, but then recalled. And you're here. What I'm thinking next is a little different, and I don't know if maybe you had some thought, some insight, in being able to... I guess traverse is not the right word since I'm pulling you here, but you might have more information than I do. What if we split? I gave a little bit more of myself into you, and you wielded the weapon. And when we get there, when the time comes, if you swing it, what would happen? Or what do you think would happen?
That's what I was just about to say. Your guess is as good as mine, but I think the only danger is you give a part of yourself to me. So if I do that, you'll lose that part of yourself. And I hope it just stops as that. But, Nalfian, the place I go when I'm not here, I believe, is this place, this Chronovasianeda. It's where I wait. It's where I exist, I guess. So when we go, I might be more real. But then the question will be is, does my echo of the blade, is it good enough? And I think that's where we'd need the shift. But I'll do it. I will.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'm not afraid to die. I'm afraid to miss out on... I want to miss out on watching grow up. I don't want to miss out on the family Lila will make, the ventures Yorick is going to accomplish. I don't want to miss out. This is the first time I've been a part of a real family. And it's not the death that is scary. I'll be lucky to end up somewhere that is cheery. But it's the missing out. And we just had all this talk about self-sacrifice and Iverion, and it just seems... I don't want to get everybody worried about something that I don't even know the answer to yet. But I don't want to fight about it either. You know?
Nalfian, I've lived my life. I only am here by your good graces, by the life you chose to live. But Nalfian, I truly believe that there's something in you that's special.
something this world needs. It doesn't need just another ghost of an old man. It needs someone like you. That good could never break through in me, but it did in you. So I don't care what it takes. What sacrifice needs to be made on my end, I'll do it.
Yeah, but you are me and I am you. You know? Hey, maybe people will read my book. That'd be pretty cool.
You see, he just
And-
narrows his eyes at you.
You know me. I'm gonna make light of every situation. I don't know. I don't want to scare anyone. So, for now, let's just say we have it all figured out. And when the time comes, we'll have it all figured out.
All right.
We've done good. You know, and I think that's my selfishness that I am supposed to get rid of not wanting to miss out. I need to not be selfish about it. And accept that I've done good. And I've made people proud, I've changed lives, and I've done good. And so if that's it, that's it. And I'm okay with that. But I need to make right on one more thing, if that is the case. Nalf will just nod and dismiss him.
He'll poof, dismissed.
And then he'll go to Traversay.
Traversay. So yeah, you travel to the Lake of the Green Lady. Long time since you've been here. You are greeted by the Green Knight. The visage is familiar to you, that of Sir Dickon. He allows you passage inward, and you speak to the Green Lady.
He'll bow, you know, and he'll say, apologize for just dropping in like this. I am more than sure you are aware of everything that has happened in the last year. I want to apologize. There's a chance that if things don't go quite right with what comes next, I don't know how a soul is able to be in service if one does not exist. And what happens next, I don't know if my soul will be in existence to carry out the promise that I made to you. I'm working on finding a solution, and that is not a final solution, but it is a possibility. And as a knight, and by the honor that I try to live myself by, I apologize if I can't fulfill that duty. And if there is something I can do in the interim, I will gladly do that. I can't be a Green Knight right now. I have to be with my peers, friends, and my family. We have to finish this. But if there's anything else, and if I still do make it out, I will still fulfill my end of it.
You can see she raises up her hand. And she begins to speak, her voice echoing throughout the grove. Sir Nalfian, my champion. Before you, there were, within my knowledge, 10, 20 truly honorable knights within these realms. Knights that I could be proud to have served as my protector, as my Green Knight. But now I can feel it. I can feel a change coming from Talamir, echoing all the way down to my grove. Hundreds of worthy individuals. If you do not serve as the Green Knight, but you pass on your knowledge, your admirable traits to hundreds of others, then you, Sir Nalfian, have done your duty tenfold, more than I could have ever asked you. Do not feel guilt or shame. Whatever you need to do to save this world, to save your friends, your family, do it without worry of me. You are a free man, Sir Nalfian.
He is going to bow again. But like this one is a very like long.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. You so much for everything. I will not forget any of this. And I will continue to do this work. And if there's ever anything that you should need of me, you only have to ask.
She nods.
Yeah, he does not know what to say. That was nice of her. Yeah, I think he'll just bow again and thank her one more time, and then
As you bow that final time, you hear the water move. As you can see just out of the corner of your vision, she begins to move out of the water just a bit. And she kisses the top of your head ever so lightly, and you can feel this warm reverberation of life and nature echo throughout your body. The armor around your shoulders and arms and covering your chest begins to shudder and grow as you can feel the vines tightening and strengthening within. As she pulls back from that small kiss upon your head, she says, "And when you go into the depths of whatever horrifying reality you will fight in, know that my blessing is with you, and my champion will not fall so easily." As Nalfian, your armor now is also exalted.
yay, exalted bros. Yeah, absolute. Alfred high fives Zerg from hundreds of miles away. Yeah, it's thunderous like that.
The high five heard round the world. Even the dark one's like, oh shit.
Ciao.
Ready.
Alrighty. So with that Nalfian armor exalted, a gift from the Green Lady, you can see she retreats back into the water and underneath it, leaving you alone within her grove. You exit. You say goodbye to the Green Knight, to Sir Dickon.
My boy.
And you return to Talamir to continue out your duty as Knight Commander and Lord Trainer of all these knights. So let's see here. We have that. So that was on the 7th of May. Now, more training happens until eventually we get to the 25th of May, or 25th of Greengrass, and we come to Twig. Now, Twig, you, throughout most of this time, aside from the small amount of politicking that you needed to do, you've been working on the readings that you found in making sure the rift is safe. And about a month after you return, eventually, it works. It happens. You establish the rift, and it's no longer volatile. It is a clear channel. And over the course of time, you may change what it looks like in terms of how it appears, the illusion that hides the rift. But for right now, the safest way was to create an actual gateway, an actual arch, with druidic runes written along it, establishing a connection just outside of Lysa North. As come to the Fey Rift. Now, Twig, over the course of the next few weeks, there are many Fey that leave this place, that leave from this portal to Talamir. Of the people that are leaving the Feywild, coming to the material plane, seeking refuge, where is Twig sending them? What is she doing with them? Anything in particular?
Yeah, I mean, she's not in charge of these people. Like, she's not their keeper. Like, they're technically free to go wherever they want to. Like, she's not gonna be like, you must stay in this place. But considering a lot of, like, Talamir is, you know, nature and forest already, it's honestly just gonna be an open invitation to settle basically where they see fit in her land, you know? Like, if they want to create little, like, settlements, little towns, whatever, like, she will give them, you know, the means to do that and help, like, get them supported and all that. Like, it's very much like she is opening her doors fully to that kind of establishment. Especially because, like, I know that a few of them are already dead, but, like, you know, with the Fey Council, I imagine she'd try and work with them as well. Like, they know what the people are like, they know what kind of numbers and logistics need to happen there. But yeah, she's very much just making, like, her home their home, you know?
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. So, Twig, you monitor the rift quite frequently, going back and forth every other day or every day, just checking in to make sure everything's still okay and that people are coming in and out all right. Well, nobody's going in, everyone's coming out. But one night, as you're there, most all the people have gathered around, they've dispersed, and they've gone out into the woods of Talamir, looking for their friends, their companions, somewhere to settle, maybe a little bit of solitude. But there's one individual that hasn't moved yet. You can see she's not near the rift anymore, the shrine that you erected for Elwyn. You can see a young girl, maybe 10 or 12, an Earth Genasi girl. Deep, dark brown skin with a sort of like wet soil texture and color. You can see long strands of vines, but with like blossoming lilies on it that cascades down her head and shoulders. And you can see she looks to the turtle carved into the bottom of the tree, just staring at it.
Yeah, I mean, she'll kind of just approach. She's not trying to be quiet, like she doesn't want to like catch this person off guard. But as she's kind of like getting up to the side of her, she will say,
I'm glad you found this place. It's trying to follow him.
You can see she turns around and looks at you. And you can see her eyes are these like dull but glowing green. No irises, no pupils, just this like torrent of nature magic. It's nice. I think it's really nice.
May I ask your name?
My name's Willow. And Twig, as she says her name, you think you hear something behind you, a note being sung. Or maybe the creaking of a tree? You're not super sure, but as she spoke her name, you feel like the trees reacted.
It's a very pretty name.
Thank you.
I don't mean to pry or anything. Just, well, I heard that there was supposedly a child of Elwyn that may be in or near Lysanora. Just, well, you seem to have a connection with this place, and you're not that child by chance, are you?
I am. And you can see it's a sad reality because she's not dumb. She knows what happened to her mother.
Your mother was very...
She told me that She told me that I could be safe in a place that felt like home, surrounded by trees, near her. And you can see she looks towards the turtle. So, thank you for helping get them out.
Of course. And, well, I hope it's already clear, but you can, of course, come here as often as you like, and I know it's still near the city, but anywhere here or within Oakcon, you're welcome to make it and call it a home as well.
Thank you. She did say that there would be a druid who would give me safety, and then a dragon that would come to help guide me. So if I could stay here until the dragon arrives, I'd really appreciate that.
Of course. I don't think he's, well, a dragon, so to speak, but I imagine she meant Suni, and, well, I'd be able to contact him, let him know that, well, you're here.
You can see there's a smile that lights up. And she says, "Oh, thank you. That'd be so nice of you." And she immediately sort of like reaches to like hug you in that moment. How does Twig react to that?
I mean, she'll absolutely take the hug, man.
Okay. Yeah. So, Twig, as she hugs you, it is a tight squeeze, and you can tell that the small girl has felt very alone for quite some time. And as she hugs you, there is this chorus of voices you hear from the trees. The trees singing in joy, feeling so close to someone finally. As she hugs you, she squeezes you tight. And the trees, the chorus they sing reaches this crescendo. And Twig, you see your staff begin to glow. You see flowers on it begin to bloom. The bark begins to strengthen, and moss begins to grow over it even more. As in this moment, this last vestige of Elowin that remains gives you one more parting gift for saving the people of the Fae that you could, as your staff twig is now exalted.
Yeah.
So?
She'll obviously I think she'll leave Willow, just to be in the shrine alone, I imagine. Obviously letting her know where Khan is, just in case she, wanna come visit.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I think, is Lila still in the city?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She'll ask for her to get ascending to Suni. I really hope he does crack his dragon form, because I think that would be really funny. Yeah, Twig doesn't know that.
Yeah. That'd be wild.
Invite him down.
Okay. All right.
So I imagine there's a teleportation now between.
Yeah, is that established?
Here anyways.
That would be established, yeah. That moment, we'll cover that with Twig and with Willow and with Suni in Salamander Coast on Tuesday.
She'll help Willow sit in. She'll definitely it's favoritism. Let's be real.
Oh,
she'll
yeah,
make
for sure.
that Willow is taken care of.
Oh, it's got to be. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, we have more time passes. More deeds accomplished. Training continues. The hunt continues, Yorick. And it pivots. Mirko was in the gemstone for a time, but he left. And the direction he went through one of these strange stones that you and your companions had never encountered, but the individuals of the Salamander Coast had. A way to access the realms between. fast travel points where Mirka can cross thousands of miles in no time at all. However, with Ventahala, who has very, very old ancient knowledge, she knows how to read these runes and can examine them, and knows that where he went from here was specifically to Tarkir. So he was searching for something in the gemstone, must have found it, and then decided to depart, heading towards Tarkir. And that happens around the 10th of August, so the 10th of Sunspire. So they've been with you for about a month and a half helping you search. But as the trail goes to Tarkir, and they've been with you for a while, Ventahala does have things she needs to attend to with various groves. And now that the rift is open to the Feywild, helping those individuals find safety and comfort. Glacia, at this point, she does want to return to House Nassim to make sure everything's okay there. Because as we get closer to the end of the year, no one knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. He would thank them both, but obviously not stop them or try to convince them to stay. He'd understand that the length of time they gave was plenty as it was.
Yeah. So, Yorick, at that point, you do end up going back to Oakkarn and Talamir just for a moment, maybe a few weeks just to stay, and reaching out to the Silent Shields and to any of the allies that you guys have within Tarkir, hoping that they'll let you know if they hear anything related to Mirka. Because as badly as you want to continue the hunt, you do need a little bit of time to rest, because who knows the next time you're going to get that when things finally start to go down. So, a few days after Yorick gets back, the knighting ceremony will happen, which is on the 14th peak sun, which is July. So, now this ceremony has a fair bit of pomp to it. Initially, it's a knighting ceremony, you know? There we go. As you take all of the knights that had finally made their way through all of those trials. By the end of it, there were about 300 knights that had succeeded all of the trials except for the last one. As a caterpillar is placed near them, on them, in the middle of a mundane task, there are 50 then that do not make the cut. They either swat it away, they try to hurt it, they get frustrated, they are disgusted by it. So that leaves you with 250 knights that pass all of the tests, trials, and embrace the tenets wholeheartedly. A lot of the others, they don't take offense to it. Based off of the behavior Nalfian had and the behavior Twig has towards it, they still want to serve. And they choose to serve as foot soldiers or hired mercenaries to still aid in the defense of Talamir or other places nearby, Isinalor, or even the Fae that have come for refuge here. But eventually, we do come to the knighting ceremony, much more solemn. The names of the 250 were read off as they walked in to the Oakheart throne. As one by one, they approach the steps of the Oakheart throne. And Twig, each one says the oath. It is a long day. As they say the oaths, they swear to them and unite them. Knights of House Forrester. One small note I will add here, it's 251, as Tiberius chooses to take the oath. And also, over the past year and a half, him and Isabella have started a bit of a relationship where the two of them are seen together quite frequently. So during the ceremony, is there anything in particular Nalfian or Twig wanted to do other than their job?
I mean, I feel like before Twig knights them, he would have said another speech. I'm not gonna do another one. I prepared one for this part.
Speech.
It's all right. I gave you the first one. He would just, let's kind of reiterate the tenets, just, thanking them and reminding them that, like, this is just, like, the first step in a longer journey. Like, the work doesn't stop here. You can't just give up now that you've kind of gotten what it is that you've wanted, type of thing.
Yeah.
Nalfian would have, during this process, if there was, like, a select, like, 10 that were, like, top of the class. Like, these are the ones, these are the leaders of the group. Those would be the 10 that he would recommend to be, like, Twig's, like, personal, like, Queen's Guard vibes, But yeah, that's all he would do. And then just let Twig do her thing.
All right. So while Twig is in charge of the knighting of the individuals, Nalfian, you are the individual who is cloaking them. So after they are knighted by Twig, they walk over to you. You take a cloak of House Forrester as well as a clasp, which is that of a leaf, very similar to like the Fellowship's clasps. As you throw it over them, you clasp them, and each one of them gets a dagger, specially made using the same style of forging that the blacksmith in the Feywild did. So these are touched by the Fey. They're touched by the lands of House Forrester. And a special note, that blacksmith, I can't remember his name. There's too many names at the end of this campaign. But he did bring a sapling from the tree that holds the spirit of Elendara. So somewhere in the lands of Talamir, a tree will grow that holds the spirit of the Fey, Elendara. So these daggers are handed to them, symbols of their willingness to fight for House Forrester, and a cloak is given to them and fastened around their necks to show that House Forrester in turn will protect them, giving them protection from the rain, from the cold, and from whatever else they may endure in exchange for their services. So, Twig, did you have anything in particular?
Not for the ceremony itself,
Mm-hmm.
but I imagine afterwards, I'm sure somewhere within there'd be like, a portrait of like her mother.
Yeah.
So yeah, she would just kind of go in front of it, just once cleared out and that, and just like, have like we did it. That's
okay. And you do have a very sweet moment. It's just you two, but you feel close to her in this moment. And you know, Twig, that she would be so proud of you. She could see you right now. So, the knighting ceremony concludes. 253, we include Danny, Tiberius, and Nalfian, knights, under the service of House Forrester, ready to fight and die to protect these lands. However, that is not where downtime ends. There's still several months in front of us, but most of it is politicking. Most of it is handling the duties of being a lady or Yorick, returning to his hunt throughout the lands of Tarkir. Lila doing whatever research she can, Zevran trying to prepare everything and anything he can for whatever may come, working with the Arcans in Talamir as well. The Fae, the Arcans, and all of these knights, all in the same place, as well as the kingdom's busy place, is what I'm saying. Nalthian, once the knighting ceremony is done, well, there's something you have been dying to do. Ever since
Get on stage, baby!
you
Oh my god.
It's time. My friend.
and Nalthian, you do. You travel to Raven Rock. You meet with William Bosserman, and it just so happens that there is a musical that he thinks you would be great in. You'd still have to audition.
All right.
You'd still have to prepare something, but the Demon Barber of Pharaoh Street, a musical that takes place within the Pharaoh Street is actually the name of a street on the Hearthcrest map. I looked it up.
That's so funny.
Takes place in the city of Hearthcrest as a you guys know the plot of Sweeney Todd. I don't need to. As Nalthian,
That's so funny. The lead?
you audition and you are cast as Sweeney Todd. We don't need to change his name. It's okay. As you are cast as Sweeney Todd.
Oh my gosh.
And you give a fantastic performance. In fact, all of your companions come from all across Eridane to see Nalthian perform in this musical. It's Nalthian, you do perform for 3 weekends. Well, 3 weeks actually. You do 8 shows a week.
God damn.
Short runtime though, only 3 weeks. You've got other things to do, and they know that, signing up for it. You're not getting paid for this because they have to make the runtime so short. They couldn't afford your rate even if they wanted to.
Okay.
Time's too valuable.
That's so funny.
But all of your friends, companions from around the world come.
Yeah,
Brandon Bartold is there, as well as Aunt B. Obviously, the Wanderers are there as well, in full force.
Hell yeah.
All of your companions, the Runaways, Captain Heather Scott, or Lord Captain Heather Scott,
Lord Captain.
as well as all of the crew is there, including Simon. Some of your allies from Tarkir, Lady LaPierre from Highland Pass, who helped all of you initially get a foothold in Tarkir and allowed Twig private access into her library to do research and to make contact with Elias, setting you on this path, as well as several other individuals that the party has grown close to. Blossom, her wife, and son are also there. As the opening night, a packed house in the Bosserman Theater, the opening number starts, and eventually, Nalthian, you come out to finish out the song.
I'm not singing, guys. I hope you fucking know.
Oh man.
LOL, this art is so goofy. Is that Nalthian right here?
I love it.
Look at him.
Cloak.
As Nalthian you can see they end up like, not with permanent dye, but with like a makeup dye. They do like parts of your hair black and white to make you look very chaotic and disheveled.
God.
And they give you this very like, fancy, you look like Johnny Depp, Sweeney Todd. I just not even gonna.
Oh, gross. But all right, I'll take it.
Well, it's either that or they shave your head.
Oh no!
Shave his head. Shave his
No.
head.
We'll go with version 1.
Yeah. And you go through with it and you give a fantastic performance. All of your friends are so thrilled. Even the ones that don't like musicals, they say they enjoyed it because they at least enjoyed seeing you.
Good job.
But this is the last moment of downtime, as all of you collectively spend the opening night here. You go out to the town, you go get drinks and dinner, and you just have a good time. Eventually, the run is over, and Nalfian, you return to Oak Karn. And so do all of you. Yorick, you know Mirka is in Tarkir, but the trail has run cold. At one point in time, he fled into the Winterwood, which was the dense, always snowy forest. And on top of that, it was the dead of winter. It was right around the beginning of December or Winter Court. And you're a good tracker. You are a good hunter, but he's good. And it's either you freeze to death out here or you wait until somebody hears something, one of the silent shields, or spring breaks, and you can move throughout this place unhindered. You know he's planning something in Tarkir, something specifically near Verdalka or near some of those other cities closer to the coast. Something is planned there. You don't know what. You tried searching those cities, but something's going on there. And you are very confident. You spread word to Queen Elizabeth Omen. You tell the Silent Shields. They're prepared for something with one of the Forsaken. And you know in this moment you made a difference. You just hope that it was enough of a difference for whatever Mirka was planning. Okay. So with that, go back to Oak Karn, keep interior. As all of you on this cold winter court night, nearing the end of the year, you all take a moment to breathe, to relax. On this night, you share a meal. You share stories about what you've been up to and what you've done, about things that have happened and things you hope to do once all is put behind you. But sadly, as is tradition here in the world of Illica, all good things must come to an end. As you stand in Oak Karn, standing on the balcony looking out at the snowy vista in front of you, and all of you can feel this stillness fall over the world. This unnatural calm. The kind that presses against your skin like the weight of a storm waiting to break. Above you, you can still see the sky scarred, that massive crack looming over everything for so long, frozen in place ever since the breaking, like a wound refusing to heal. Those vortexes that once swirled with relentless fury have receded, mere dark spots against the sky, no longer spinning, no longer moving, but you can feel it. The tension, the waiting. Something is about to happen. And then it begins. The crack in the sky, that jagged tear in the fabric of reality, it starts to shrink. Slowly at first, then faster and faster and faster, collapsing in on itself like the heart of a dying star. The air grows heavy, thick with this weight of inevitability. You can feel it deep within you. A pull in your chest like something fundamental inside you is being torn apart. The crack becomes smaller and smaller until it's no more than this pinprick of light. And then it's gone. And for a moment, there is nothing. Silence. Stillness. And then the sky detonates. A massive wave of darkness bursts outward, a cataclysmic explosion of shadow and despair. The very air seems to scream, a sound like the universe itself is crying out in agony. The sky fractures and you can see it, the veil between worlds and the darkness that exists beyond has been torn away. Blackness floods in, an abyss that devours everything it touches. The vortexes swell, doubling, tripling in size, the tendrils of shadow reaching down towards the earth with terrifying speed. The world begins to unravel before your eyes. Mountains crumble and twist, their very peaks turn to threads that are sucked up into the gaping maw of darkness. Forests are erased in an instant. Oceans boil into nothingness. Everything you have ever known, every place you have ever seen is being consumed. The ground beneath your feet shudders, as if the very earth is recoiling in fear. You can feel it. The end of all things. The world is breaking, and with it, a part of you is breaking too. The terror grips you. A cold dread settles in your bones. This is the final collapse. The moment you have feared but never truly believed it would come true. The end is near, and it is up to you to do what you can in these final moments. Damage control, or maybe something more. Fate of everything is on your shoulders. As you stand there looking up at the sky, frozen in this moment, you try to comprehend the enormity of what is happening, and there are two messages that you all receive through the sending spell. Twig, you receive the first one. From Lord Brandon Bartold, Sandpoint, his voice urgent and strained. Twig, they're coming everywhere. The island's being devoured. We need help. Please, if you can spare it, please. The second is from Lady Justinia LaPierre of Highland Pass. And this one comes to you, Nalfion. Sir Nalfion, we need you. We need your companions. The city, the mountains, they're dissolving. They are being torn apart. Rocks are falling. People are dying. If this mountain pass collapses, it will cut off the land entrance from Tarkir and Makovia to Iverion, and the people here will be stranded. Please, please, if you can, we need your help. With that, the world is ending, and all of you are what stands in the way of total oblivion. And with that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. As all of you, the last thing you see is the color sapped from the sky, from the earth, from everything. Gray hues of silver, black, and white are all that remain. The color and life is gone from this world as it finally begins to end. And that's it. So let me go ahead and real quick.
Feel very good.
Let me go ahead and clarify something real quick. So being super open, super transparent with all of you about what's going to happen. From this point on, there are 6 sessions left, okay? 4 of those sessions are going to be 4 separate combat encounters where the world is collapsing and everybody and everything you know is going to die if you don't try and do something here. After the 4th encounter, things on the material plane will be stabilized enough that then you can go to Chronovas Ianeda and try to finally fix it. But those 4 things need to be solved first. Then there will be one, then in that 5th session, Chronovas Ianeda will have a big group session with everybody against the final boss of the campaigns, so to speak. and then the epilogue. That's it. Those are your 6 sessions. In those 4 that are on the material plane, each session, you are going to have to make a choice. There are going to be 2 places that are in desperate need of your help. And if you do not intercede, the other one will die, be destroyed. It will be gone. It's not unraveled in the way that everyone will forget about it. All of you have the power to, when you go to do whatever in Chronovasi and Ada, unraveling isn't going to remove your memory of them, okay? It's just they will be dead. They will be assimilated into the billions and billions of souls that are crashing into your world right now. Each one will escalate in size and scale until eventually we get to that last one. The one thing is, because of your actions in the campaign, I'm giving you a one-time use here where you can send the silent shields because of the information and the preparations that have been done. Even without all of you there, for one of these 4 encounters, you can send the silent shields, and there is a 50% chance that the silent shields will overturn the odds with the assistance of all of the other resources that have been prepared. The key thing is, all of you are the people that can change things. You are the ones that can rewrite the story. Without you, most other people are powerless. The only other caveat to that, okay? When you go to a place, there's a chance that one of the Forsaken could be there, and you don't know. You won't know until you show up. So that means that if you go to one place and there's no Forsaken there, but there was a Forsaken at the other place, in the next place you choose, in the next encounter you choose, there could be 2 Forsaken there instead of just 1. If you send the silent shields to defend someplace and a Forsaken happens to be there, their chances go from 50 to 30 to succeed.
Sorry. I couldn't resist.
That's how they pay attention, Jesus Christ.
That's the thing, is I know it seems hopeless, but the thing is 50% of what's happening, 50% of the places you will be able to save.
Can I raise a counter? Or not a counter, a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let's say we decide to send the silent shield somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Could we won't know because only you'll know. But let's say there is a Forsaken there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say we decide to send the silent shields and some of the soldiers, the knights we just trained. Would that increase the odds? Do we not get to utilize that as a playing thing?
The thing is, there are 4 areas that are untouchable by this darkness, provided all of you win at the end of the day. Yeah, and that's because of what you've done in the campaign. So those 4 places are the College of Hearthcrest, because of the mages, because of everything that's been done there. Oak Cairn, because of the spirits of the forest, because of the soldiers. Traversay, the city of the Green Lady, and House Nassim are all safe places. So removing, units or things, it makes those other places less safe.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys have your bastions that are safe for you to go, and it's up to you if you want to risk pulling things out to go try and save other places.
Mm-hmm.
And these are going to be hard choices, and it's done that way intentionally. And I'm already very sorry in advance, because some of these things I know you're going to be very mad at me about. But it's got to feel like the end of the world.
It's okay. You don't have to live in this house anymore. It's fine.
So that does mean, just to clarify, that your first choice that I'm giving you time to think about, I'll always tell you what the next encounter is at the end of the session before. The next 2, your choices are between saving Sandpoint and Brandon, or saving Highland Pass and Lady Justinia LaPierre. Now, if Highland Pass is destroyed, there is a chance that more innocent people will die because they won't be able to get through Highland Pass to get to Iverion or Oak Cairn. but you do have the teleportation circles. So that is something to consider. You guys have done things that will make some of these choices less hard. Still, they're meant to be difficult. So, a lot of fun. I'm very excited because I think it is going to be a good time. I'm trying to think. The other thing is, just so you guys know, you'll get one long rest between these 5 combat encounters.
Would you say we were able to
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wait, can we
rest?
I don't mean to like we only get one for all 5?
Yeah. Remember, the final encounter is with everybody though.
So wait, we don't get a long rest between each one?
No, it is one long rest. And because the thing is, this isn't
You want us to
happening.
die.
No, I don't. I know how to balance combat encounters. I'll be okay. You guys will be okay. You get a short rest between every single one of them, regardless. Because the thing is, this end isn't happening over the course of a couple months. It's happening over the course of 8 hours, where you guys are going from place to place to place to place. It's a heroic long rest, where you take 1 hour to recoup, recoil. And the thing is, if I see after the first encounter that I have made a miscalculation, I have never had a problem with going back on what I said and say, yeah, you guys can have an extra one. Or somebody will show up and be like, hey, here's some fairy dust, you get an extra long rest. You know, I have no problem doing that if I determine.
Have faith. They're just gonna be turds about it. Like
That's okay. No,
yeah, I'll be the biggest turd. Don't you worry about that.
And you get short rests after each one.
Well, what I was going to ask is, I assume over this time we've also procured a number of health potions.
For sure. Yeah. Whatever potions, potions you guys want, you can have them within the scope of reason. Like if each one of you want to have like 2 of the highest healing potions, sure.
Cool.
Okay.
Can I get a potion of angelic rest that gives me a long rest from Baldur's Gate 3? Just hypothetical question.
Yeah, but you have to drink it during combat.
Oh my god. I think it's got what potions
we can make this work.
Outside.
We knock unconscious the weakest one.
I just wanted to make sure that was an option. But yeah, we can
That
definitely
is.
shoot you which potions.
Yeah, I would say let's limit it to 2 per person, or let's say 3 per person. So you can have 2 health potions and 1 other utility one, or 3 health potions. So you get 3 potions of your choice.
Okay.
Sound fair?
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds fair.
See, look, it's a conversation. I know you. Listen, you guys killed 2 of the Forsaken and some robots. Lickety split. All right, no problem.
It didn't feel like it. No.
Yeah.
Wait,
so many
actually,
people
that
almost
did
died.
not feel
Wait,
lickety split.
Yeah.
Real quick.
We
Who has Balefire now?
I got 1 use of it.
Nalthian and Yorick have 1 use of it.
Will say
And Lila has it, and Zevran has it.
Zevran has it. We'll say Yorick and Nalthian, there's no reason why over the course of the downtime that you guys couldn't have gotten something that could be, more easily accessible. So we'll say that you have 4 charges, each of you.
Okay.
Okay, well, can
So I was
Twig
gonna
have
say, because if
something? I
that's
feel like
only
we're
on
leaving her
Lila, that
out
would
now.
really nerf her.
Yeah. And then Twig, you can have 2 Balefire bolts.
Okay, sick.
That's a good name, Balefire Bolt.
There was one more thing I was going to say. Oh, this is the last thing that I was going to say.
Welcome to level 20.
Is 2 years of downtime, lots of activity, lots of growth, lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Thank God.
And I think it'll make everything a little bit. You'll sleep easier at night if you now know that you are at level.
Yeah.
20.
Close, Kayla.
19.
17. 2 level ups, 2 years.
Oh my god.
Damn.
You will only level up 1 more time in this campaign, so keep that in mind, okay?
Oh shit. We level up again?
You'll level up 1 more time.
Before the final fight.
You'll level up before the final fight. Yep. You'll be level 18. You'll
Be
have
18 at that point.
uh
Can it be like after her birthday? Like by a day? I don't even care, man. Like
time's weird right now anyway. We'll say it's May. As soon as everything started to fall apart, you can see all the snow melted. It's springtime now.
Let's go.
All right, see, look at that. You're level 17, 2 levels. You guys got this. I believe in you.
Thanks,
With
Tommy.
that, thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. See, this is a perfect lesson in communicating with your players for fellow DMs out there. Look at how easy that was. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in on Tuesday for the Salamander Coast for them to finish out Downtime. Wednesday for the Tales of Iverion. There will be no Isles next Saturday, as we will be, Ryan is going to be handling some stuff, but that's okay. We respect him. We love him. It's all good.
I'm moving. And I gotta move a lot of stuff, and Saturday's the best day.
And I'm sorry that you have to be moving. As somebody who's done that so frequently over the past, 3 months, especially helping other people. I'm sorry.
You're gonna see this setup one more time in Iverion and the new setup.
Hell yeah, dude. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.